Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
This thing on? Good. Hi, this is Marvelous. This song, what did I say? This song in its entirety is not meant to disrespect any women in its entirety. Well, you know what I mean. All right, bring the track.
Yeah, I already know me, Nick, Marvin, talking motherfucker. We finna talk about these hoes and these 7 floats. You know how that shit goes.
Get blue balled. No matter which fan base you're a part of, this will always be your theme. All right. Well, we've made it. We've made it. We've indeed made it. Ain't that the truth? All right, we're done here. How's everybody doing tonight? You have to excuse me. My throat is a little messed up as of today. Something I'm trying to get fixed. Got a little cold over the weekend, trying to adapt to that. I think I'm over it. We'll see. We'll find out in due time. But it's nothing that's going to stop me from doing tonight's live stream, of course. Good to see you guys, though. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Monday night. It's Natty Day. Only 2 teams left to find out who is going to be crowned a new champion of the college football world. And we've got 2 brand new, well, not necessarily brand new champions, but it's been a long time since I've seen either of these 2 teams win. In fact, I've never seen it. For those of you who don't know, I was born in the year 2002, just 1 year out from the year that Miami won their last national championship. And now Carson Beck has somehow driven past all the competition through the college football playoffs. And here they stand with an insurmountable mountain of death that stands in front of them. That being, of course, the Indiana Hoosiers. No denying this fact. This is the best Indiana team that we've ever seen in program history. If nothing else, this is the best team that we've seen in their school's history. But if there's some people saying that this is the best overall team in program history. If they win tonight and go to the miraculous 16-0, could be hard to deny that. I don't know. We'll see. But Miami, who hasn't won a national championship since 2001, is coming up against an insurmountable wall, that being the undefeated 15-0 Indiana Hoosiers, who are looking for their first national championship in program history. Big day, fellas. Big day. It's the last game of the college football season. After today, we'll be transitioning officially into off-season mode for the next 8 months as per the usual. I've got a lot of projects in the making. First and foremost is the finale to the chaos, or at least the college football chaos. You get the idea there. No reason to progress on that any further. The release date is planned to be next Monday on that video. It's going to cover the Army-Navy game, all of the bowl games, all of the playoff games, and then this game tonight. So I will be very, very busy this week. Along with that, I've got plenty of the other projects, the coaching experience videos, and the clown of the season video, which most of you already know has been gifted to the Penn State Nittany Lions. So if you're a Penn State fan, you're going to get your money's worth when it comes to videos about y'all. There's going to be a lot of Penn State content coming out this offseason, I'll tell you that much. And if you guys choke and embarrass yourselves in basketball too, you'll get more of that as well, because I'm planning to work a little bit more on basketball and baseball content as we progress into those seasons. So, got a lot coming for you guys. Been lazy with the content these past few months as I've been transitioning from the college life up into adulting, so trying the best that I can to get into that. Shoot, I forgot to refill my drink. Here. I had to make a detour on my way to go get dinner. You know, I usually get my Chick-fil-A milkshakes before every game. Unfortunately, for the first time in a very long time, probably since I've ever known them, the machine was down. The Chick-fil-A milkshake machine was not working. I know, Cardinal sin. I was very depressed about it, and I made sure they knew all about it. So I had to go to McDonald's to get me my usual vanilla shake. SMH shaking my head, I know. Hopefully that's not a testament to what we're going to see tonight. I'm hoping for a good game either way. That's what I said this during the semifinals as well. All of my rivals, all of my enemies, and all the fan bases that pissed me off more than anybody have been thoroughly eliminated well before the semis. So, past this point, I was just hoping for a good game. And I'm hoping that we get that here. Oregon couldn't deliver as per the usual, but it's Oregon, so who's surprised by that? Maybe the Canes are the ones who can do it. They're a similarly built team to, in terms of Indiana, just defense overall necessarily. Really, really strong front seven. It's going to be a matter of how much pressure Indiana can get on Carson Beck, and if he's able to get past that, this could be a close game. But I guess we'll see in due time. If they shut down the run game, could get ugly. I don't know. Again, like I said, we're going to find out in due time. I don't know where the spread lays right now, but last I checked, it was at 8.5 in favor of the Hoosiers. I think it went down. Actually, I think it's at 7 or 7.5. Yeah, I know, right? It's funny that McDonald's has a working ice cream machine, but Chick-fil-A didn't. I know, right? They did me dirty, man. They did me dirty. Yeah, no, nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do about it, but like I said, all I'm hoping for is that... Why in the hell is Logan Paul on the sideline here? I'm watching the Pat McAfee cast here on the big screen, and for whatever reason, Logan Paul is standing with the rest of the analysts on the Miami end zone. I don't know what that's about, but okay. Anyway... Yeah, no, like I said, hopefully the milkshake machine being broken is not a testament to how the offenses are going to look tonight. I've also got some soundboards set up, as you guys heard at the start of the stream. But for every touchdown Indiana scores, you'll get, or field goal even, you'll get this.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
And for everyone that Miami scores...
If your hoe only knows that she was getting on the 7th floor.
Made sure to include that. Wanted this to be special as a final tribute to whichever team finds a way to win or lose this game. Okay, real quick, I forgot to fill this up, so I'm going to make a mad dash downstairs so I can get another Dr. Pepper. I want to make sure that I don't have any interruptions whilst the game is going on. So let me make a supersonic dash. Be right back in a second. In the meantime, Dabo, tell him.
To win, you got to not lose.
Words of wisdom. Be right back. Okay, so my door is cracked open slightly more than it was when I left. So I can safely assume. Oh yeah, I see the comments. He went under the bed, didn't he? Hey, what you doing? Want to talk about it? Come here. Come on. Out. There you go. You know, it's your brother that usually is the one to do that. Why don't you get on the bed? Come here. Oh, yeah. Come here. There we go. Get comfy. Do whatever you want to do. Move this camera up. Because it's about that time for the game to begin. Smoky. Dadgummit, dude. Wait, they? So they're both under here? I didn't see Scooter. No, Scooter's not in here. Ugh. Here lies Trinidad Chambliss, Dante Moore, Jake Retzloff, Barrett Morton, and all of Texas Tech. How'd you get 0 points in the playoffs? Ty Simpson, Gunnar Stockton, and soon Carson Beck. And you can't forget Alonzo Barnett. Do not forget the man himself, Alonzo Barnett. He put his life on the line. He made sure to put a name out there on his way out. Yeah, no, if you're a Miami fan, even if you're hella nervous about this game, what I can tell you is enjoy this. I went downstairs and my dad actually had the game on. Shocker. I asked, one of the things I asked him, I was like, you think Tennessee will ever be here? He looked at me, no. And what's depressing about that is he's probably not wrong. Hey, Scooter? Scooter. Psst, 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 psst. I'm sure we'll hear him later. Once he knows that I'm hiding in here. Well, who knows? He'll probably figure it out. Oh, did they? Hard Rock Stadium it looks to be full, you guys. Is Hard Rock Stadium full? And when I mean full, I don't mean full of bullshit. I mean, is it like full of fans? Are there actually? Do they have 100% capacity there? Oh shoot! I forgot to reset the super chat counter. It's not up that high anyway, but ain't no cheating around here, unless you're a Michigan fan. All right. The 7th floor is getting demolished by the New Oregon SWAT team known as Google Me. Yeah, vote in the poll because I'm going to shut that down in just a few minutes. I don't want it to be going on during the championship game. Did you know Chick-fil-A serves floats like root beer? Yeah, my mom got one of those. She knows that I'm a huge Dr. Pepper man, so she got a Dr. Pepper float and sent it to me. And she said it was like really, really sweet and tasted like cherry. So, pretty accurate. Full of Indiana fans, 90% filled, far more Indiana than Miami. Who's baffled by that one, honestly? It's funny, Miami, I mean, compared to other national championship stadiums, that stadium is as close to a campus as you could possibly get, and yet Miami still can't get it full. I saw somebody complaining about that earlier, about how a majority of Indiana's fans are bandwagons because 3 years ago, You go to their stadium in Bloomington, and you'd be lucky to see 25% there. It was built like a Scooby-Doo ghost town. But of course now it's full every single game because they're good. My retort to that was, look at Miami Stadium. It's always a Scooby-Doo ghost town no matter how good they are. Oh yeah, this is a miraculous time for the ACC. All those poverty-ass teams that lost like 5 or 6 games are going to be able to piggyback off of Miami. Now, we're actually going to have ACC fans. Maybe. I don't know. I think if you're a conference fan, you're an absolute idiot. I don't know. I would never root for any of my rivals in any game, which is weird. And it's mainly Ohio State fans, but now I'm seeing it from Indiana fans too. A lot of these fans have been like making up these like scenarios. They literally, like, the voices inside their heads telling these things. I'm convinced that like that there's a group of SEC fans who are running around talking about how great the SEC is and about how it's so much better, and like Indiana would lose in the SEC on any given Saturday and all that. At this point, there's only a handful of people online who are actually saying that. And it's Nick Saban and Lane Kiffin trolling people for one, and then probably Paul Feinbaum. And that's it. That said, though, it's funny how Oregon isn't in the national championship, but Mario Cristobal is. Ouch. That's got to sting. ACC is made to the championship game 2 years in a row? Yeah. No. That don't work. That don't work. No. Notre Dame fans don't get to suddenly claim that the ACC is good. That's the funniest part, is now Notre Dame fans are actually talking about how great the ACC is, since now they're supposedly a part of that conference. But whenever the ACC is bad, expect for them to talk about, oh, this is why we didn't join your shit-ass conference. Here come the Canes, running out on the field. All that to say, it's a testament to how great their season is that they're even here in the first place. All you need is a spark. They called Ohio State a one-game elimination, too. Remember that? There are actually people who thought Tennessee was going to roll into Ohio State Stadium and take them down. Good times. Good times. And then everything fell apart. But, no. After Ohio State lost to Michigan, all they needed was a spark in the talent fee, and everything went back on their side. That's all the Canes need. As a Nolan, nothing makes me happier than watching Miami get, But yeah, I mean, I get it. As a rival, I would absolutely understand you wanting to see Indiana drag Miami around. And I'm sure the same is vice versa if you're like an Illinois fan or a Northwestern fan. Is Northwestern and Indiana rivals? I don't know. I don't think they are, but like Maryland, I think Maryland and Indiana are rivals. Point is, if I were one of those fan bases, I want to see the opposite. I wouldn't want to see my rivals win a national championship. Forget conference pride and everything like that. It means nothing when I get to see my rivals celebrate. All that to say, from my point of view, again, I'm just hoping for a good game. But I know Miami fans are going to be going back to that video I made about them in the offseason. They already have. You should see some of the latest comments from that video. The one I made about Miami during the offseason. Sucks to be you and all that. Boy, if they find a way to win tonight, that video is going to pop off for all the wrong reasons. Squid, do you think any NFL team stands a chance against the Seahawks? I just think the Niners weren't necessarily all that good. They were good, but nowhere near there. But the Patriots and the Broncos could definitely both give them a challenge. Indiana's only rival is Purdue in football, only Big Ten program who's got one trophy game. Well, that's where we use the quotations. Because while Indiana only has one true rival, they definitely have some fan bases that hate them and vice versa. Because Tennessee and Georgia aren't true rivals. Yet I hate Georgia more than I hate our official rivals. Same goes with like another SEC example, Auburn and Florida. Two fan bases that absolutely hate each other. I think Missouri and Oklahoma are rivals, right? Like officially. I'll have to look into that. I said it before and I'll say it again. The bottom line is that Notre Dame lost to Miami the first game and A&M second game. If they would have won those games, it would have been the CFP. Everybody agrees. If they won one of those games, they would have been in. No doubt about it. An 11-1 Notre Dame is in the playoffs. But you gotta win the big games, especially when the both of them are ahead of you in the playoff polls. This is one of those years that Notre Dame couldn't afford to blow those games because there were so many other teams that finished 10-2 or 11-1. Like if this were a chaos scenario like 2007 or something like that, or even the year before, they'd probably get away with it and still be in the playoffs, but did not go their way this time. Iowa State. You might be a happy man this upcoming season. Then Iowa State they're projected to fall off hard with their entire team going to Penn State. We'll see though. I mean, they got a few commits, but nothing to be too shocked about. But anyway, all that to say, it's time to get this game started. Indiana is set to kick off to the Canes to start the game. Miami is going to receive this football to start. First play in the national championship. The kickoff getting ready to start. Here it is. The kick sails all the way. It's returned around the 1 yard line. Taken at the 10. Still running past the 20. And then goes down around the 28 yard line. Decent return right there for the Canes to start out with. It's going to be 1st and 10 Miami directly at the 28. So now we're going to get to see what Carson Beck how he adapts to what's going to be a heavy pass rush, because I guarantee you Indiana's going to be sending the sun at him for a majority of this game. They just are. Now, hopefully this time you don't start out with a pick six on the very first play. Not really a high standard to set. Well, here we go. 1st and 10 Canes. From the 28, man moving in motion to the left. Takes the snap. Beck, it's going to be a handoff straight up the middle. Got a good run out of this one. Still running down after a 9 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 1 Miami. Decent run to start out with. And as you would expect, Miami is going to be spending a majority of this game trying to just pound the rock straight up the gut. It's how they've made it this far in the first place. Expect for them to keep doing their bread and butter up until they can't. So Mark Fletcher gets us started with a 9 yard gain. 2nd and 1. Bunch formation once again. 3-man set. Man moving in motion. Now takes the snap. It's going to be a screen play on the outside. He's got Malachi Toney. Just good enough for the first down. A few more yards. Gets past the 40. Probably around... They set it down at the 43. So 1st down for the Hurricanes. The drive shall continue. Yeah, no, expect a lot of the spread too. They're going to be trying to test this D line as much as they possibly can because they know they can't stand in the backfield for too long. Another outside run by Fletcher, down after a 2 yard gain, gets to the 45. Yeah, for anybody saying that Indiana can just immediately shut down Miami's run game, keep in mind, I mean, Oregon had a little bit of a good time trying to run the football on them too. What did they get? Like a 74-yard run? But then again, I think that was like the only successful run they got all game. So, bit of yin and yang there. Bunch formation. Directly at the 45, Tony back in motion. Takes the snap. Carson Beck on a direct snap looking. All day to throw. Looks. Throws on the outside. Incomplete. Through to the sideline. It'll set up 3rd and 8. Not a pass. No big pass rush right there. The offensive line did a great job. But then again, they only sent 3. They actually had an edge rusher in coverage. Interesting play design right there. Completely fooled the Canes. Sets up a 3rd and 8. Boy, it's gonna be like this all night. Now they're bringing the sun at him. Gets the throw off, slant route complete to Tony. Not quite good enough for the first down. Not even close, actually. He's going to be about 4 yards short. It'll set to 4th down, and they'll most likely have to punt right back to the Hoosiers. Yeah, nowhere near close enough. Beck didn't have a lot of time to throw there. Yeah, they only gave him 3 on that throw. It's going to be a 4th and 5. Round the 48-yard line. They're going to try and pin the Hoosiers deep on their first offensive drive. Here's the punt. Sailing down to around the 5, where it'll take the fair catch, and the Hoosiers will start deep in their own territory on their first offensive drive. All right, role reversal time. We saw what Carson Beck could do against that Indiana pass rush on his first drive. Now it's time for Mendoza. And now keep in mind that they are without the Canes defense is going to be without a few pieces to start out this drive. Now, I don't know. I'll have to see for myself. I think did Akeem Mesidor recover? So he is. I figured so. I wanted to make sure before I said anything. Akeem Mesidor went down with a pretty ugly injury during the semifinals. But looks to be okay. Looks to be set, and he'll be starting on the very first offensive drive. Can't say the same, though, unfortunately, for one of their best defensive pieces in the backfield, who unfortunately went out of the game last week with a targeting penalty. Now, he did set them up for a possible game-winning play. So I guess win some, you lose some. We won't see him again until the second half, though. Speaking of Georgia Tech and South Carolina, Haynes King and Lenore Sellers may have been their only worthwhile players. Well, I can't say that for Georgia Tech. Jamal Haynes is really good, too. Georgia Tech actually has a pretty damn good offense. If they had a defense worth anything, that team would have probably been in contention for the ACC. They just pissed themselves at the very end of the game. They pulled a Pittsburgh. Ironically, that came with a blowout loss to Pittsburgh. Because like I was saying, majority of the season, if Haynes King is having a bad day, it's over for Georgia Tech, and that's exactly how it panned out for him. Isn't Lenore Sellers staying at South Carolina? Yes, he is. With Carolina, though, you might be onto something. They've got some playmakers on the team. They always have. Dylan Stewart is one of the best edge rushers in the country right now, and still stands that way. But in terms of the offense, Sellers is pretty much their bread and butter. If he's not having a good day, nobody is. I've got a feeling this game is going to come down to who turns the ball over, which was why I was so much in favor of Indiana winning this game. And here, while I remember, let me go ahead and end this. I know I went through that first drive, but yeah, most of you guys picked Miami anyway, so it's not like a necessary, or most of you guys picked Indiana, I meant. Not many of you picked the Canes. Well, here we go. 1st and 10. Indiana has ball, but deep in their own territory at the 5-yard line. Taking the snap. He throws it. Mendoza's got his man for a good run right here. He breaks a tackle and is down after maybe getting enough of the first down. Omar Cooper broke the initial tackle and is going to get enough to cross the plains for a first down. Ball will now be directly at the 15-yard line. Surprised, I mean, I know it was a quick pass, but I'm a little surprised. I mean, Mendoza was throwing from his own end zone. 3-man set on 1st and 10 from the 15. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Hemby on the outside, maybe a yard, nothing more than that, though. Decent play by Jacoby Thomas. Came up and got him, threw him down. You only gain a yard out of that. Former Vol. I'll miss him. He was a beast here, too. I'm surprised we let him go. What you got whipped up here on 2nd and 9, Mike Shanahan? Sid the Sloth has the chance to do the funniest thing. That he does. Bunch formation, 2 receivers out. Mendoza on the direct snap. Not a lot of time to throw. He does get it off to Hemby on the outside. Another yard, if that. It's going to be 3rd down and 8. They brought the sun right there once again. A blitz package Mendoza was not prepared for. But he did at least get the pass off and prevented a sack. Hey, Squid, what do you think about Arian Carter removing himself from the draft, entering the portal, and coming back to Tennessee? The same thing I think about all these players who enter the portal or don't enter the portal. I think a lot of them are devoted to the bag, and that's probably what he's devoted himself to, but I can't say that for sure. Maybe it is a loyalty thing. Here he is on a direct snap. Mendoza forced to roll out of the pocket. Throws late, out of bounds, incomplete. They brought the sun at him again. Mendoza, once again, unprepared. And it'll be 4th and 8. Indiana will have to punt back to the Canes. Holy hell. I just now saw that tackle, the D lineman, or I think that was a linebacker. They had Hemby as an extra blocker there. And he just got absolutely I mean, he got WWE style slammed down to the ground. Mitch McCarthy forced a punt right back from the 3-yard line. He gets it off. Decent punt. Goes all the way back to around the 35 where it's taken by Tony, who escapes the initial rush and gets to the 41-yard line before being taken down. But, well, I don't know where it was set, but we do have a flag on the play. So let me go ahead and get the ref ball noodle out. Let's see what they say. Holding on Miami. That's going to take away the Malachi Tony decent return right there and pin him back pretty deep. Good old ref ball coming to save the day for the Hoosiers. Going to pin the Canes back quite a bit further. Hey, buddy. Come here, you. Say hello to the people. According to this, it should be a close game. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. A good game, free of injuries, and nothing more, nothing less. Nobody told Hemby he was playing Blitz the League. Yeah, he got thrown down to the ground right there. They might want to avoid trying to get him as an extra blocker from now on. Many more hits like that, and he may be out for the rest of the game. Big Ten bias is the new SEC bias. Yeah. And somehow it's still Ohio State fans complaining about it. So if Miami wins, does Carson Beck or Ruben Bain be the number 1 pick? Ruben Bain potentially, Carson Beck absolutely not. Not a chance. I mean, I'd shit out a literal rock if he was even picked in the first round. All right, the next college football playoff natty is exclusively on Fubo. Why? What YouTube TV do to you? Are you still mad about what happened earlier in the season? I completely forgot about that, honestly. I totally forgot about YouTube TV going lights out midway through the college football season because them and Disney were fighting each other like little kids. By the way, if you're watching this, be sure to like the stream. It would greatly help out this channel and everything that I've got coming forward. Greatly appreciate all you guys. You guys are wonderful people. Best fan base on YouTube. Power to Tardaria, too. Don't forget that. If the U wins, how long do you think it'll take to release the U Part 3? Won't take long, I'll tell you that much. That 30 for 30 documentary is going to go hard. They got another one coming along the way. Is Bob Iger still the head of the Walt Disney Company? No, I think he stepped down a few years ago. Hello, kitty. How could you forget the YouTube TV blackout arc was integral to the lore of the 2025 college football season? This whole season in its entirety has felt like a blur to me. I don't think any season this year has gone by faster than, or any season in my life has gone faster than this one. Here we go. 1st and 10 for Miami. Pinned back around the 23-yard line. They're going to take a run on the outside. Fletcher had some space there. He'll go down after maybe a 4-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 6. I thought Kirby Smart was the head of Walt Disney. Yes, still is. That never changed. He's been ahead of the Magic Kingdom for 10 years now. Second and 6. Bunch formation here for the Canes, lined up directly on the right side. Takes the snap. He's going to hand it off up the gut again. Nothing given on that one. Maybe a yard on a direct push, but nothing else to it. It's going to set up probably what's going to be a 3rd and 5. By the way, Squid, I just got SA2 for stream now. I can raise my own chow in the chow garden. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah, SA2 is pretty cheap on Steam, so I figured you'd get it eventually if you wanted to do that. Here we go, 3rd down and 5. Under 10 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Here's a 4-wide set once again in the bunch formation. They look like they might be bringing the sun here. Big time pass rush. No, they're going to step back. Beck on the direct snap, looking. Plenty of time to throw. Gets a shot over the middle, incomplete. Bunch of guys all around them, and Indiana comes through in the clutch on that play. 4th down again for the Canes. And they'll have to punt right back to Indiana. 3 and out for the Miami offense. I have to say that the biggest shock of the season was Penn State getting belt to ass by winless UCLA. Yeah, I don't think in terms of overall upsets, or at least influential ones, there was nothing bigger than that. Just because of the scale of how big that was for both teams. Here's the punt, and it's going to be caught around the 29-yard line. Fair catch, maybe around the 30. Either way, Indiana's set to receive this ball somewhere within that range. All right. Tyler Hill, appreciate the 10, says, hey there, buddy, how you been and everything else going? Hopefully you and everyone here is doing well. Happy belated holidays and hopefully had great ones too. Also sorry for being absent lately on. No, don't worry about it, brother. We all have lives going on nowadays. Don't feel bad about not showing up on here. I appreciate your company nonetheless. You're great people all the same. Thank you very much for tuning in, good sir. Thank you very much for the 10. I'll read that second one in just a minute. 1st and 10 for Indiana around the 29. Back to throw Mendoza. Rolling out of the pocket. Still going all the way to the right side. Throws before he hits the sideline. Incomplete. Flag comes in during the play. And it might be a hold. And no offense to start out here, and the way it's looking, both of these defenses are locked down. It might come down to turnovers and ref ball. And as expected, it's going to be a hold on Indiana. Going to pin him back 10 yards. It'll be first and 20, Indiana. Who else but Ruben Bain to force that one? He was coming after Mendoza the entire way. They're lucky to get away with that. Except they weren't because they didn't. 1st and 20. Hoosiers now pinned back at the 19. It's going to be Mendoza directly over the middle. Got his man around the 30. Who breaks a tackle. Still moving. All the way down past the 40. Gets all the way to the 44. Omar Cooper breaks the initial tackle. Gets about 20 to 30 yards out of that. Gets the first down. And a little bit more, around 23 yards. Great catch. And now it's given this Indiana offense a whole lot of life. First and 10 for Indiana, around the 44-yard line. 3-man set for the Hoosiers. Takes the handoff directly up the middle. Almost breaks the initial tackle, still enough to roll down after a 6-yard gain. Pretty decent run by there. Keelan Black, and it'll be 2nd down and 4. Yeah, Omar Cooper is such an underrated prospect throughout this entire season. Nobody really was talking about him and the Bolitnikov and whatever else. And I don't think he was close to getting it, but he's been an absolutely amazing target. Too quick moving on the line. Jump too early, and it's going to be a false start for Indiana. 5 yards back, it'll be 1st and 15. And now Signetti's flaring up again. His face is getting redder by the second. Before you know, by the end of this first quarter, it might look like the helmets Indiana's wearing. 2nd and 9 for the Hoosiers. 4-man set, might be bringing the pressure. They are. Gets it off in time. It's a throw on the outside who doesn't quite break the initial tackle, but he stiff arms for a few more yards. Another decent play right there. Elijah Sarrat on the outside gets maybe 9 yards. It'll most likely keep the drive going because I expect a run play here. Ooh, Jacoby Thomas got away with a roughing the passer there. He hit him pretty late. I'm surprised they didn't throw the flag. Here's Mendoza around the 46. Another handoff, and that's Hemby for 4 yards before he goes down around the 42. 2nd down and 6 coming up. Wesley Basanti going in on the sideline. Doesn't look injured, but I think he's a little worn out, so they're subbing him out, and it's going to be 2nd and 7, Indiana, here at the 42. 4-man set, an adjustment up on the line. Looks like a 4-man rush for Miami. Takes the snap. Mendoza looks, throws it over the middle, complete. 1st down, trying to get extra yardage. Still on his feet, and finally down after getting to around the 32. Good enough for a 1st down and a little bit more. That's Riley Nowakowski over the middle. Decent pass play, and will keep the drive moving. Gets him into field goal range, more importantly. Looks like Indiana will score first blood. As long as they don't do something like, throw a bubble screen that gets intercepted and goes back for a touchdown. Man moving in motion. Outside throw, caught About a 6-yard gain, just a quick sideline throw makes this second down a whole lot more manageable. About a 2nd and 4. He just threw it to Cyrad on the sideline. What up, buddy? Oh, he's asleep. That's crazy that he's sleeping during this. 5 wide set, lined up in the shotgun. Mendoza all alone, throws, and that hits the ground. Incomplete. They brought an edge blitz on the outside, and they were able to get to him well before Mendoza had time to throw. He's lucky to not take a sack there or something worse. They brought a quarter blitzer Toure on the outside. Comes in and slams Mendoza down to the ground. Mohamed Toure with the big hit. And it'll be 3rd down and 5. Here in what looks to be straight inside field goal range around the 28-yard line. This will keep the drive continuing. Man moving in motion. Handoff directly up the middle. Breaks the tackle. 1st down, Indiana. All the way to the 20. That's Keelan Black on the run. The drive shall continue. Now in the red zone, set up in 1st and 10. They're able to get, this is the thing now, they're able to get pressure on Mendoza, which is why they're trying to continuously pound the rock. The problem is that they're having a way harder time trying to stop that than vice versa. 1st and 10. Bunch formation again, 3 men in the back. Handoff directly up the middle again. Mendoza takes a monstrous hit after the run. And it wasn't even him that ran the football. He was just trying to set up a block. And he got slammed to the ground. Boy, his lip is bleeding. Jacoby Thomas again came in with a monstrous hit. Looked like a bit of helmet-to-helmet contact there. The helmet made contact with his face before throwing Mendoza to the ground. His lip is bleeding pretty bad from that one. Jeez, oh good Lord. And they might be they're bringing another corner blitz. Now Mendoza on a direct run. Down after a 2-yard gain, gets 3rd and 6. How ballsy is it for Mendoza to call a quarterback run after taking a hit like that? No fear. I like it. And yes, Signetti's livid. He wanted a targeting call and he didn't get it. His face gets all the redder as we continue through the first quarter. 3rd down and 6. Trying to avoid having to kick a field goal. They're zooming in on Mendoza's lip. The blood's pouring down. Yikes. Here he is back to throw. Takes a shot to the end zone. Incomplete. Looking for Charlie Becker in the end zone. Frederick Jr. is able to get there. No flags are thrown. It'll be 4th down, and they'll have to kick the field goal. A lot of contact there. Plus, he was holding on to his jersey, but that's decent. Decent coverage there. And the Hoosiers will be forced to kick the field goal. No, Nico Redikic. 34-yard attempt directly up the middle. Here it is. Kick is up and just right through and good. Almost went a little too far to the left. But Indiana has now struck first blood, and we're now up 3. Indiana's up 3-0.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Yeah, we'll find out about that in due time. But there you go. First points of the game. 3-0. Hoosiers on at top. Max Gilbert could never. Yeah, Guangdong Gilbert. That one would have flown out of Hard Rock Stadium somehow and through my window. All right, let's see. Tyler Heller, thank you very much for the 5. Says here in Discord, etc. Work's been kicking my ass recently. Just needed time for myself and spending time with family and friends. Hope you understand. Of course I understand, brother. You don't need to explain that to me. Trust me, I get it. No need to explain that any further. But I appreciate your honesty. You're more than welcome to come in at any particular time you choose. God. If Mendoza takes many more hits like that, they might have to throw in Alberto. They might have to throw in his brother. I mean, they're going to have to do what Texas did in the semifinals, just throw out Arch Manning for a few plays and make him run around. Florida is beating ass. Well, this is a football stream, so you should just taken the beating out. Florida's ass, that would have made a lot more sense. Yeah, this Miami team, the way they're playing is built like the championship teams of yesteryear. Extremely physical. Has complete disregard for penalties such as targeting or pass interference. And the only thing is they aren't able to fully get away with it like the ACC refs. No, these are Big 12 refs. Big 12 refs don't know anything about like targeting or pass interference. They just refuse to call those. Their games are such bullshit they don't even bother. Ay, ay, ay. It's going to be hard for Mendoza to make key plays when he's getting hit by a truck every drive. All right, well, nonetheless, Hoosier strike first blood here. 2:42 left to go in the first quarter. Here's the kickoff, right back to the Canes, taking around the 1 yard line. They're going to return this one. Tony's got a lane in front of him. Gets down around the 26-yard line. A lot of movement there. They're saying the ball might have come out. No, he maintained possession. Thought so. First down for Miami around the 26. Mendoza should show his third leg. That's a Miami thing, sir, for the most part. You gotta love it when you get a commercial break that's like 5 minutes long, and then we get back into the game just in time for kickoff before another commercial break. That is peak ESPN right there. What do you think, Smokey? Well said. You want to talk about it? I don't get how he's able to do that. He is out like a light. Checking on our stats here before the end of the first quarter. Yeah, Miami hasn't done jack diddly doodah squat. I mean, we've only had like 4 drives so far, but yeah, Indiana's got over 80 yards of offense. Miami has a total of 25 or something like that. Roughly 25. These ads are ridiculous. Need less breaks. What do you mean you don't like seeing? I woke up feeling cheesiest, coach. You mean you don't like seeing that 17 times per commercial break? What do you mean? Who do you think you are? I recorded a few movies on cable channels and hit the same ads for 5 minutes on repeat. Oh, absolutely. The same 5 ads. Oh, everywhere. It's always the same ones. That's what's so fun about the Super Bowl is that all the commercials, they're at least a little bit different. You have a reason to watch. The only ones that are innovative are the Dr. Pepper commercials, and even then, like, they haven't been nearly as good. I can't get over the fact that somehow Indiana filled Miami's own home stadium more than they did. But I'm not surprised. It'd be the same thing as if like UCLA was hosting the national championship at the Rose Bowl. It would be the same predicament. Well, here we go. 1st and 10. Canes around the 25-yard line. Back to throw in a direct snap. Beck looks deep, throws deep. It's batted in the air, tipped in, incomplete. Nearly intercepted. Went right off the tip of the fingers of an Indiana defender, and it'll be 2nd and 10. Very fortunate to get away with that one. Lewis Moore at least able to make sure that wasn't a completion. But Elijah Hardy was right there with what could have potentially been a key game interception. A Carson Beck moment right there, throwing into double coverage. 2nd and 10, man moving in motion, back to throw again. Beck this time takes the sideline throw, batted down and incomplete. Threw to a contested man, D'Angelo Pons. That's about the worst thing you can do if you're Carson Beck, is thrown right directly into the pathway of D'Angelo Pons. Pons is one of the best. He's one of the best defenders in the country. And you throw right next to him, you're lucky to come away with that one. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Beck's having a really hard time right now, and this might stand through the rest of the game, but we'll see. Four men on this one. Line up in the shotgun, direct snap again. Beck getting all kinds of pressure. Down he goes. First sack of the night, all the way back at the 20-yard line. And it's going to be 4th down. Aiden Fisher never stood a chance. They brought the sun on that one. He goes through the entirety of the Miami O-line and comes through with a big play. Can we talk about that block attempt by Mark Fletcher, though? I mean, you might as well have just done this. Oh, bye. Because that's literally what he did. The Miami punt, though, takes a good roll. It goes all the way back to the 25-yard line. And that was lucky because that one was a little shanked. But it took a really good bounce and roll. So just as quickly as they got off of their last drive, Indiana's got the ball back. That Miami drive literally only lasted a minute. So, here we go. They've got less yards than they did before. They had a net loss on that last drive. And now they've only got 18 total yards. So, Canes having all kinds of trouble on offense. We'll see what Mendoza can do on this next one. If they're not able to get this under control fast, it could get ugly. We'll find out in due time. 1st and 10. It's going to be a handout to Hemby on the outside. Bunch of men follow behind him, and Ruben Bain throws him down around the 20. Big loss on the run there. The Canes pin him back around 3 or 4 yards back. Tried to test him on the edge with the stretch on the outside, and they were all over him. No chance there. Especially now that you know that Ruben Bain's faster than Hemby. He outran him. That was a 6-yard loss right there. 2nd and 16. Bunch formation. Now they're going to hand off directly up the gut. And this one doesn't do much better than the last. Maybe a gain of a yard by Hemby, but it's going to be 3rd and long. And Miami might get this ball back before the end of the quarter. I mean, you're talking about 2 Arby's D lines right here. They've got the beef. No denying that. 3rd and 15. Going to take a miracle and a half for this one, but I've seen Indiana pull off some crazy stunts, so we'll see if they can get another one here. 4 wide set. Back to throw, high snap. Mendoza takes the screen play. Run on the outside. Hemby not able to get more than about 5 yards on that one. And that'll be the final play of the first quarter. 4th down for Indiana. They're going to have to start the second quarter with a punt right back to Miami. So, if that's a testament to how this game's going to go, not a lot of offense here. Might end up looking like the Miami A&M game. Then again, though, other than Ole Miss, the Canes have been doing this to just about everybody they've played here in the playoffs, so I guess we'll see in due time. Ruben Bain, future Titan. They need him. Whoever can get their hands on Ruben Bain is in a good spot right now, I can say that much. Terrible play call. That was what we call waving the white flag. They knew it was going to take an absolute miracle to get that, so instead of trying to risk a turnover in this game, they just went ahead and made it. It's the same thing a lot of teams do when they're in a 3rd and long and they run the football. They don't actually intend to get the first down. They're just trying to find it. They're just trying to maybe get lucky, and if not that, then just set up a punt. A lot of teams do that. The advertising should not be able to take that much out of a ball game. Well, unfortunately, it's a majority of the way how they make their money. It's how these commercial makers make their money. It's how ESPN makes theirs. It's a net win for everybody except for the common fan who watches at TV. Mendoza seems shook. Yeah, I would too if I was getting hit by a truck on every 2nd down. His lip is still bleeding from the hit he took from Jacoby Thomas. He took such a bad hit. I mean, that's one of those that if I got hit by that, I would still be knocked down on the floor right there. But then again, I mean, I did take that hit. Because, well, I'm Mendoza. You get the idea. Tee-hee funny. Sometimes you're not playing aggressive, you're just being reckless. This is one of those situations, or so I think. Potentially so. Indiana's going to try to sling it. Well, they haven't tried it yet, and something tells me they're not going to try it. Their style has been to pound the rock, set up the run game, and beat the teams that way. It's how they beat everybody else they played against. They'll throw when there's key plays that set them up for a throw, which is exactly why they do it in the first place, is to set up the run game. But it's a style that only works if you're actually able to get the run game going. It's the same exact style Miami runs. They are both run-heavy teams. I thought this was going to be a blowout. You should have known better, Albatron. Come on, man. This is not going to be a blowout. I think Miami's defense is too good for that. It's just if I'm the Canes, it's the offense I'm concerned about. We'll see what they can do here. They're going to get another chance. They're going to try to come after this punt. 4th and 11. Here it is. This is a good punt. Sailing all the way back to around the 28 where it's returned. And after, Tony's still on his feet. Breaks the initial tackle, still running past the 30. Got a good block in front of him. Finally down around the 42. Indiana's pointing to where he initially slid down, saying that he was down, but it looks like they're going to give him the edge there. And, well, yeah, that's, I don't know. Yeah, his booty was down around the 32. Or at least I thought it was. They're going to take a second look at that, I bet. Yeah, they didn't even need to review it. They just went ahead and said he was down, so that's going to take the return back. But at the bare minimum, the Canes still have the football. If Miami wins, will Notre Dame claim this title? They already have. Hypothetically, Jeremiah Love beats all these guys. Not even the entire team, just Jeremiah Love is better than everybody else on the team. 3-man set, man moving in motion, 1st and 10, handoff directly up the middle. Maybe a yard, if that, on the first run on this drive. Nothing more than that, though. 2nd down and 9. They might have to try something new because right now the runs up the middle aren't working. Indiana's just too strong up front. They've got to try something else, and they're going to. Here's a 5-wide set. Beck all alone in the backfield. Direct snap, takes the throw, looking. Now he throws. Got a man on the outside. Caught. Not quite a first down, but it's going to set up for a 3rd and short. Maybe 2 yards. C.J. Daniels on the reception, and it'll be 3rd down and around 3. That's actually the only second. That's like the second receiver they've thrown to all game. The other one's just 2 passes to Malachi Tony. Ay. 3rd and 2. Bunch formation. They will hand it off directly up the gut, and that proved to be a mistake. No gain at all. Like I said before, Indiana's run game, run defense, whichever way you want to think of it, it was just too much for them to handle, and that'll make it 4th down and 2. But in this game, in this situation, it's just way too risky to do anything other than punt. No, that was goofy. That's one of those situations where you've got to do something else other than run up the middle. Ay. Well, this ball, here's the punt, rolls all the way back to the 15. Miami's offense is getting way too predictable. Before you know it, by the time we get to the second half, it literally might just turn into, Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball, incomplete. Punt. Fletcher up the middle. Tony deep ball, incomplete. Punt. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball, incomplete. Punt. Not looking good for him. What is the best conference? Big Ten. I'm not even saying that because of Indiana. I'm saying that because of everybody else there, too. Overall, I mean, you could say they're top heavy, but they've got multiple contenders in the conference. That's more than you can say about everybody else. I'm just waiting for him to get more draft picks than the SEC. Because unfortunately for them, the different leagues conference still above and beyond in that regard. Don't worry, that'll come. As I meant to say, the Carson Beck interception. It's every game. We're going to get it somewhere along the way. Yeah, they got Indiana right where they want him. Just when they think they're going to run up the middle the next 3 plays, and then when they least expect it, you know what they're going to do? They're going to run it up the middle again. And then they will see it coming. Nobody will. Oh, yeah. Georgia, funny enough, the Georgia Bulldogs are basically a pipeline to the Eagles at this point. There are a couple of schools like that. I mean, LSU and Alabama are the same. I mean, there are so many programs, so many franchises right now in the NFL that use like LSU, Georgia, Bama as their like main pipelines for talent. God, Man, they messed up Mendoza's bottom lip pretty bad. That looks ugly. But this is big man ball, so that's all you can really say. 1st and 10. 4-man set for Mendoza. It's going to be a handoff. No pass play on the outside. Sarhat's got it. Enough for a first down. Gets out around the 26 or 27. 1st and 10, Indiana. You good little kitty cat. All right. 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. Where did they spot them? I didn't really see where that was. So it was the 27. Okay. I want to make sure I was right about that. From the 27, here's Mendoza. Over the middle, incomplete. Looking for Sarhat again. He was well contested. That was a direct pass play. And Miami was really good on the defense there. More specifically, O.J. Frederick Jr. coming in to make the play. He's been having himself a great day so far. That's 2 marquee defensive plays he's made. 2nd and 10 now. Bunch formation for Indiana. Still around the 27-yard line. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Looking. Throws. Outside shot. Complete. Breaks the initial tackle. Still running. Gets all the way down to the 35. Maybe the 36. Just shy of the first down. It would be 3rd down and short for the Hoosiers. Now I wonder if they're going to try to do what Miami did and just pound the rock up the gut. It's another 3rd and 2. They could potentially exploit this this Miami front 7. They just got to avoid Ruben Bain because Ruben Bain's too strong. He'll just eviscerate you if you try to run the ball out the middle in his direction. So here we go. 3rd down and 2. Got to get to the 42 or the 38. I mean, handoff directly up the gut, just good enough for the first down. Keelan Black on the run there gets them to around the 39. One thing about Indiana is, though, that while they're trying to run the ball with efficiency, they sure do know how to take their time. I mean, it's the same thing with the Canes, but it's no secret Indiana's having way more success on offense right now. Run up the gut again, and not much given there. Down after about a 2-yard gain by Hemby. It's going to be 2nd and 8. Even that alone's probably more successful. They've got around 100 yards total. Mendoza's already got 82 yards passing. And again, well more successful than anything the Canes have done. They've got 26 yards total on their side of the football. Second and 9, man moving in motion. Here it is, another handoff to Hemby up the middle. That one's good for about 3 or 4, maybe 3. Now to be 3rd down. Like I said, this might be a defensive heavy game since both of these teams are just going to be trying to run the ball the entire time, but we'll see. 3rd and 6. They might be bringing a pass rush. They are. Mendoza gets it off early, batted down and incomplete. Frederick is called for a pass interference, though, and that's going to bail out Indiana on the drive. He had really good pass protection right there, and Cristobal definitely not happy about that one, but who can blame him? I want to take another look at that PI, though. It's funny how they're called that one, but not the one before. Frederick was doing that exact same thing in the end zone earlier when Indiana had to kick the field goal. He was holding on to the jersey, pulling him back. Didn't wave the flag there, though, that he did it that time. Just a little too much, I guess. Here's a draw up the middle. That one's not going anywhere. That's another big loss. Good stand by the Canes. And now they're going to have to throw at this point. That's going to set them back about 5 yards. They're trying to do whatever they can to open up this run game, but it's just not working out in their favor. Cool cat on the bed. Yeah, he's a good boy. 2nd and 14. They're going to do another running back draw. Another halfback draw directly up the middle. Not even a yard, if that. It's going to be 3rd and long. Didn't expect this type of conservative ball from Signetti, of all people. I'd expect for him to be the one to know when he's got to throw, and that was a situation where you've got to throw the football. And now you've got unless you want to wave the white flag, you've got no choice. You are in enemy territory. It's a 3rd and 12 around the 49-yard line of Miami, so you're just in their territory. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Kane subbing in some of the big guys up front, and that's going to take us to a timeout. Indiana's going to burn their first timeout of the game here on a 3rd and 12. You guys wanted cat cam? Hold on. Let me find it. Here it is. What up, Smokey? What up? What up, little guy? Where's your brother? That's what I want to know. He must be downstairs hiding somewhere. I'll go see if I can find him at the end of this half. But yeah, I'm just surprised he's willing to sleep there in camera view. Yeah, no, he's cool. With Scooter, it's hard to let Scooter in now because I've installed these new lights under my bed, as you can see right there. And one bite from either one of these cats would be enough for me to have to go right back down there and build another set of lights. And he was the sole reason that happened in the first place, because he chewed away those lights a couple of months ago, back when he was a kitten. So thankfully, he's matured enough to know better, and now he's just here to sleep. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says, glory be thee to the SEC. Always has been. What up, Squid? Good to see you, Scott. And thank you very much for the 2, brother. Much appreciated. You're a real one. You missed the Tardaria stream, by the way. Where were you? We're hoping to see you there for the team that you basically built. We're undefeated, by the way. The Tardaria Squidtards, we beat the Indiana Hoosiers. We beat this Indiana team by 40 points. Not trying to flex or anything, but you guys should be flexing about it too, since technically it's your team as well. We'll be doing it again this Saturday. Same time as always, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys build the rosters. You guys, I don't do anything other than play the game, so... If you say our team is broken, that's on you. You were asleep. Fair enough. Can't blame you for that. It's going to be funny. Even when I start yelling over a marquee play, he's going to be out. He's not going to say anything or do anything. He's just going to lay there and be cute. Well, I wonder what they drawed up here on a 3rd and 12. It's going to be hard to get this one, but they've got 4 receivers out. Man jump, this is a free play. He throws it incomplete. Overthrown, but that was a free play. Miami man he jumped off sides too early. And that set up for what was just a free play. It's going to make it now a 3rd and 8. Ruben Bain tried to get him well before anybody else could process it. And that wound up putting Indiana in a much better position. Never would have expected Ruben Bain, of all people, to throw, but he did. Well, much more manageable 3rd down here. Cristobal's doing the old clapping routine, but he's like Billy Napier. He claps about literally everything that happens. This is going to be a run play directly up the middle, and it pans out in their direction because it's a good run all the way inside the 25-yard line. Nobody expected the Keelan Black running back draw right there, and it got him well more than enough for the first down and then some. Bold decision right there by Cignetti to test the run game, and it wound up panning out in their direction. Now they're going to run up with a screen on the outside, good enough for maybe 4 yards. Omar Cooper on the play. But it does set them up to spread out their offense a bit more. That's the main reason why that worked. Miami's defense was so spread out, and I don't think anybody expected a run play right there. It's ballsy, I'll say that much. But they've been like that all season long. 2nd and 7. Clock going down to about 8 minutes left in the first half. Bunch formation at the 20. Going to be another throw. Good one to the outside. Got to run inside the 10. Still running to the 5. Did he make it all the way in? Yes, he did. Charlie Becker runs all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Hoosiers.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Google ya, all right. Touchdown, Indiana. They might be out of bounds there, but either way, that was a hell of a run. Hit the pylon. It's all going to count on whether or not his foot actually stepped out of bounds. And it looks like his foot just barely stepped out. So that one is going to get reversed. Or not quite reversed, but I mean it's still going to be first and goal Indiana at the 5. But this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one for Miami to stop. Yeah, so oh boy. I mean, they're a bend but don't break defense, so they could get the stop here and trying to test this front 7 up the gut unless they don't expect it's going to be really tough. So we'll see what they can do. Another way, though, what a hell of a play by Charlie Becker. All he needed was to get the first down, but he tried to get the entire thing on his own. People are already saying the game's over. They're already saying this thing's over. I'm not saying that. As you guys know, the games are not over until the clock hits 0. But it's the fact that Miami's offense can do absolutely nothing that's concerning me. Because Indiana is at least progressing down the field on a few of their drives. While they're struggling to do so, they are at least doing it. The Canes are either going 3 and out or, well, 3 and out again. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, punt, 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 punt. Fletcher up the middle, Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball, incomplete, punt. Well, here we go. They did reverse it, so it's 1st and goal Hoosiers at the 5. Man moving in motion on first and goal at the 5. Hand off directly up the middle. And that was not going anywhere. Maybe, no, not even a yard. They tried to send Keelan Black up the gut. That time the defense expected it to be 2nd and goal. Nothing given on that one. Clock will continue to roll. The Hoosiers will take their sweet time as they always do. Because they love to milk that clock. The less drives the Canes have, the better, the way I see it. All the lesser drives for them to go 3 and out on. Now here's from the bunch formation. At the 5 once again. Another handoff up the gut. Good push. Not quite good enough for the touchdown. But it is going to set Keelan Black to go down around the 1. So it's going to be 3rd and goal. Expect for Indiana to pound the rock once again. And just try to get this one in the end zone. If they don't get it here, they might go for it. I don't know why you want it. Because if you don't, the worst that could happen is that Miami's stuck on offense at their own 1. So you got to think about that. Here we go. 3rd and goal. Line up in the I formation. Whistles are blown. Looks like Mario's going to call a timeout. There's your Super Mario timeout. His first of his 3, and it'll be third. Still remains 3rd and goal from the 1. How many smiles are we getting from Kurt tonight? Approximately 1. That being when they win the national championship. The moment they win and the confetti comes down, I expect a bit of a smirk, and then that'll be it. That'll be all. That'll be all you get. Do you think you could stream the Super Bowl live? I think it'll be the Seahawks and Patriots. Yeah, I'll be live for the Super Bowl. I won't be live for the NFC or AFC championships, but I'll be live for the Super Bowl. Let me see here. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, buddy. Says, sorry, Squid, I was asleep during that stream. No worries, brother. Hey, sleep's important, okay? Don't feel bad about getting some rest. All right? All the power to you. Doing what you do, I can tell that you need it. Thank you very much for the 2, brother. AT Astrophotography. Much appreciated. Celebrating 2 months of being a member of Tardaria, says, go Hoosiers. Can't agree or disagree with that. Again, I'm just hoping for a good game. And so far, they're not delivering. Indiana's trying to. They're doing what they can. Cannot say the same about the Miami play calling unit. Got to do a little bit more than what they've been doing. Sucks Bo Nix is out with a broken ankle. Yeah, that does blow. I mean, win some, you lose some at the end of the day, but yeah, it does take away from what could have been a really, really fun AFC championship. Still, I mean, who knows? The all too legendary Jarrett Stidham will be the guy to potentially do something for him, but good luck. I woke up feeling cheesiest, coach. I'm watching this on two different commercial. This is hilarious, okay? So, on this one, I've got the Pat McAfee stream. It's a completely different network. It's still ESPN, but it's a different ESPN than the main ESPN, where I'm watching the main coverage on. And at the same time, somehow, the same commercial came on. The dadgum Cheez-Its commercial. That's crazy, ain't it? All right. It's real crazy. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says, for kitty treats. All right. I'll get those. I'll get those then before the. I'll get them during the half. I'll get the kitty treats, and that'll probably be enough to get Scooter up in here. It'll be enough to make him stick around. He loves the treats. Well, anyway, here we go. 3rd and goal, sticking in the I formation. It's going to be a handoff to the fullback up the middle, and he is in. Took him 3 attempts, but that was enough to get the job done. And now we can officially say that that's our first touchdown of the night. Riley Nowakowski with the Indiana touchdown.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
And there you go. Now it's a 2-score game in favor of the Hoosiers. Now up 9-0, and they'll be up 10-0 pending the extra point. Here it is. Kick is up, and it is good. So there you go, 10-0. Hoosiers on top. Eventually, at some point, if they want to make this a competitive brawl again, the Canes are going to have to answer. They can't just dick around all game and expect for things to go in their favor. Indiana's already proven that they can cruise down the field at any given drive. So at this point, they've got no choice. They have to respond offensively or else they're cooked. They can't just leave it to the defense. I've been waiting for Keontae Scott to do something of significance, but he hasn't done jack diddly doodah squat the entire run. No smile on Cignetti's face. Baffling, I know. Real baffling. A stunning revelation, even. Yeah, don't expect one until they actually win the game. Well, here we go. Here's the kickoff. And that one doesn't even have a chance. It's well into the end zone for a touchback. So, starting from the 25, no question what the Canes need here. They can get a field goal and make it a one-score game again, but they've got to do something. They've had 3 straight 3-and-outs, less than 25 yards total. Or actually, they have 26, so they've got a little bit more than 25. Woo! Meanwhile, Indiana has 150. 6 times what Miami has. So the Canes need to do absolutely something, or else they're going to get clown honked on the 7th floor. 1st and 10, bunch formation. Here's a run play. Again, up the middle to Fletcher. Good push. That one gets about 5 yards in the carry. All things considered, at least making the line move back was an impressive feat by the Canes offensive line. It'll be 2nd and 5 for the Canes. A little bit of a scuffle going down there. Nearly resulted in a fist fight. The down remains, though, at 2nd and 5. Clock will go down, though. And they're probably going to try and make this the final drive of the game. So if it doesn't pan out in their favor, they're basically giving Indiana all the free will to make this as uncompetitive as it can be. So we'll see what he can do. And the bunch formation once again. Timmy back with the direct snap. Now it's going to be a handoff again. And Fletcher trips after getting about 4 yards. Sets up for yet another 3rd and short for Miami. Last time they tried to run up the gut here, Indiana made them pay for it, and they had to punt. So this is a shorter. I think this is a shorter 3rd down attempt, but it's still going to be a brutal one. And I think they're in a situation where if they go 3 and out again, it's just not going to set up good for them. So we'll see. They've got 1 yard to get, and they'll do as expected. Run play. Loss. Tackled behind the line. Everybody saw it coming. I saw it coming. You guys saw it coming. My grandma saw it coming, and she isn't even alive anymore. Everybody saw it coming. It's 4th down. They weren't even trying to part the Red Sea or anything. They were just trying to use the man ball. And, oh boy, they're going for it. Dear Lord, they're going for it. 4 minutes to go. The Canes are going for it deep in their own territory. Handoff up the middle. And I don't know if he got it. I think he might be short. If it is short, Indiana's got the ball deep in Miami territory at the 34-yard line. Luckily for the Canes, they are going to give it to him. They are going to give him the football. It is going to be 1st down Miami. Barely just enough for that one. Ay. 1st and 10. Play action. Carson Beck throws. Got an open man on the outside. 1st down. C.J. Daniels with what is most definitely Miami's most successful offensive play all night. Gets them all the way to the 40. And now they've got life. Definitely some miscommunication on Indiana's part. They were lined up in the zone. Had nobody covering Daniels. And it'll make it 1st and 10. Inside the Hoosier 40. Here we go. 1st and 10. Under 3 minutes to go in the ball game. Clock continuing to go down in the bunch formation. Takes the bubble screen. And not much given there. Maybe about 3 or 4 yards. I think they're going to give him 3. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Took the bubble screen on the outside to Malachi Tony. And he won't get much more than that. Yeah, I forgot. In the Waffle House menu that they call a playbook, they've got about 4 plays. Mark Fletcher up the middle, Malachi Tony on a bubble screen, deep ball to C.J. Daniels, punt. There's your playbook. They're not going to get this playoff. That's going to take it to the 2-minute warning. So, down to 2 minutes left in the first half. Score remains 10-0. Google Me's on top. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says Carson Beck looks high as F. When does he not, though? That's what we all ask ourselves. As people have said in this chat before, we basically got Timmy from South Park versus Squidtard Sports. Legacy matchup in the making. What do you think, Smokey? What do you think about this current predicament? I kind of don't want... I mean, he's sleeping so nicely. I could get him a treat, and I probably will. But he's sleepy. He's so sleepy. I'm just worried that if I give him a treat now, he might decide that he no longer is sleepy and he's going to go ballistic. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, he's fine where he is. I think Cignetti is going to open up the offense in the second half and bury Miami since they are predictable at this point. Well, I would say that had they not made the C.J. Daniels deep pass. Had it not been for that, I would have been right there with you. But that was... they got pretty lucky with that 4th down conversion. Had that one... Because that one could have gone either way. That was all up to what they called on the field. If they called the opposite there, Indiana could have just ran away with the ball game right then and there. Get the cat play calling for Miami. Oh, he do just as much of a good job. Well, to be honest though, the way the offense is dumbed down is because they know they cannot trust Carson Beck in the clutch. They aren't going to let him throw the football unless they absolutely have to. And they're in a situation where more often than not they have to. They don't really have a choice. They can't open up the run game, and the screens are only going for 2 yards apiece. They've got to let Carson Beck sling it. They've got no other choice. Cignetti's Indiana is very similar to our Tardaria football team with a great season, won a national title in year 2. Well, the thing is, though, they were never in a G5 conference. Right now, they're in the Big Ten. So I don't know what Season 3 is going to look like when they transition to, I guess, the SEC and then go 6-6. But the way I see it, I don't think that's going to happen. All right. Scott again coming in through the clutch with the 10, says for the Catnip Fund. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Smokey and Scooter will greatly appreciate that. Scooter won't be here to tell you that since he's going to stay in hiding up until the stream's over, but he greatly appreciates it. Well, here we go, gentlemen and ladies and whoever else is watching. 2nd and 8 for the Canes. They're going to test the run game again, and it fails once again. They send D'Angelo Pons on the D-line, and he makes the tackle. Tony is stopped directly at the line of scrimmage, and it'll be 3rd and 8. I really don't know why they keep trying that. It's not like I'm saying abandon the run altogether, but it's clear that what you're doing is not working out, so you've got to try something else. Here we go. Clock going down to 1:30 left to go in the first half. Man moving in motion. Back to pass on a screenplay. He's got it. That's Keelan Marion on his first reception, and it's good enough. Not quite good enough for the first down, actually. He's going to be short about a yard or two. It'll be 4th down for the Canes. If this were a 4th down and 7 or something like that, I would definitely say kick the field goal. But I don't know. Whatever you do here, it's going to give Indiana a whole lot of momentum if you screw it up. So let's see what they have in mind. They're going to let this clock go down all the way to less than 50 seconds. 9 seconds left on the play clock. Looks like they're going to call a timeout. And they are. Yeah, Miami's going to use a timeout with a second left on the play clock. Takes it down to 38 seconds. And if I had to guess, that means he's going to line up for a field goal and just take the deficit as it is. I would not listen to the analytics here. I would say kick the field goal, make it a 10-3 type of ball game. I'm calling it Beck is going to throw a pick before the half's over. Well, that's if they go for it, which I don't think they're going to do. The fact that they burned all that time and have they've only got one timeout left in their possession, I think they're going to just kick the field goal. But we'll see. Yep, I called it. They're lined up in field goal formation. Carter Davis, 7-12 from 40 yards out or more. This is a 50-yard attempt. And the kick is up and doinked off the uprights. No good. Just a little too far to the right. And that kick is no good. The score remains 10-0. And they're going to go down with at least a 2-score deficit going into the half. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Looked like it was going to sail in. Then it just got doinked off the uprights.
My grandkids could do better than that.
Unless your grandkid is Guangdong Gilbert. Well, here we go. From the 33, decent run right here. Hemby down after about 5 yards. Looks like they're just going to take their win as they can get it. And yeah, everybody's going in now. That's your half, ladies and gentlemen. 10-0, Indiana is going to be up on Miami. Well, actually, no, they are going to run one more play. A pass to the outside, which is caught around the 50. Okay, I take it back. No, they're not done yet. They're not done yet. Signetti uses a timeout after the throw that gets him all the way to the 50. They're going to go for a Hail Mary shot because screw it, why not? He's pissed about something, I don't know what, but kind of a bit of mismanagement of timeouts there. I don't really know what that was about, but oh well. They've got 3 seconds to go for a deep bomb here. They can't kick a field goal. There's not enough time. Unless if they want to go for a 70-yard field goal, but I don't see any Cam Little there on the field goal unit, so they need to go ahead and just throw the Hail Mary and pray for the best. But again, that's only if. I mean, Mendoza can throw this. He can throw more than 50 yards down the field. It's just a matter of who's down there to catch it. If this Hail Mary is going to somehow be caught, I guarantee you it's going to be because it's going to be Charlie Tucker. That dude is an absolute unit. Well, here we go. Directly at midfield, Indiana's going to line up for a Hail Mary attempt right here to go up by 3 scores if they could potentially hit this. But that all depends on whether or not Lady Luck and the football gods are on their side. Here it is. Back to throw. Mendoza. They're bringing pressure on the outside. He gets the pass off, and it is underthrown and incomplete. There you go. It was a good attempt. Charlie Becker was down there in the end zone, just shy of his hands. But I'll take it to the half. Miami at least mitigates the damage by preventing the Hail Mary, but they really, really needed that field goal. They really needed that one. That would have made it a one-score game, but it is going to remain 10-0. The Hoosiers, while not being on top by much, are on top in a seemingly insurmountable lead until Miami can decide to actually score some points. They're interviewing Super Mario, and I'm assuming he's got some wise words to say, something along the lines of something that you'd hear from Billy Napier. Because he claps in every other situation, too. Ay. You think... I was getting ready to see like Kirk Signetti throwing down the headset and being super livid over... Oh, shoot. I was getting ready to see Kirk Signetti throw the headset down and be super livid over them missing that Hail Mary shot. Ay. Well, here's your stat update for you. Here's what you're looking at here. Indiana's dominating this one, you guys, and it's not even close. The way it looks, Miami's got to turn this game around. Otherwise, they are quite accurately cooked. There's just nothing to it. To give you an idea, here's something for you. 0 for 6. 0 for 6. That's their third down percentage right now. Miami's made a total of 0% of their third down conversions. Ain't good. Ain't good at all. Just terrible. Absolutely terrible. And everything else, Indiana is dominating. They lead total yards 169-69, so that's a double nice right there. They have more passing yards, more rushing yards, more yards per pass, less penalties, more yards per rush, more rushing attempts, more time of possession. Every single stat in this game has been in favor of the Hoosiers, and despite it being only a 10-0 type of ball game, it looks to me like that's a quite insurmountable lead if you're Miami, because all they've done is sit on their own. They've basically been sitting in the cuck chair, just watching as the game slowly progresses them by, and just sitting there and taking it. They've got no other choice from the looks of it. It's pretty depressing, I'll say that much. But they might get it under control. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out in due time. But in the meantime, though, not in a good spot at all in any capacity. Truxima, appreciate the 20. Thank you very much, good sir. Let me go ahead and update. The costume counter says, greetings from the frozen land of Wisconsin. What's good, gang? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Scott, thank you very much for the 2. Says, when's the next College Roll 26 stream? It'll be every Saturday at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do upload a schedule of all my streams that I do on Twitter. So if you guys want an update on how that looks, check out my Twitter. It's always in the pinned. I upload all of my schedules for my live streams on there, so just check that out. Christopher Brickner, thank you for the 5, says, it's funny how fast your Big Ten vid aged poorly. Michigan and Penn State collapsed. Ohio State tripped to the end, but they were still elite and won a natty last year. Well, yeah, no, I don't exactly make my videos with the concept of them aging with the best possibility, or with the possibility of aging best, and I knew they weren't. Nor do I necessarily care that they don't, because you don't know how many people have already told me what you just said. Miami fans have been in my Miami videos saying, oh, this aged poorly because look at how great the Canes are. And then the Big Ten videos you just said, oh, look at how bad this aged poorly because Indiana looks better than Penn State this year. And Michigan freaking cheated for their natty, and they don't freaking count. Sharon Moore sucks, and your Tennessee video aged poorly too because Nico hit the portal and you thought there would have been success. And believe me, I get it. There's nothing more I hear more than this video A or B or C aged poorly. All right. Christopher with the 2, thank you, good sir, says, the championship last year was more entertaining. The championship last year wasn't much different than the one we've got right now. low-scoring defensive brawl. Jeremiah Smith had approximately 0 catches in that first half. He didn't really do anything until the second when he made the clutch pass that gave them the win. All right, well, somebody donated for the treat fund, so I'm gonna go grab those and I'll bring them in here. Do not be surprised if in the middle of me going to get it, he suddenly goes ballistic. I'm gonna try and be quiet about it and just get Scooter in here, but we'll see. I'll be back in just a minute. Hello to you, Smokey. Did you have a good nap? I bet you did. Finally brought him in here. Here you go, buddy. You gonna eat it? There you go. Good job. There's Scooter. Come here, buddy. Come here. Go on, go get it. Go get it. Come here. Would you quit being weird? No, that is not for you. That's for your brother. You gotta learn to share, man. You're already fat enough. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I got 2 treats, one for Scooter, one for Smokey. Smokey, as I was putting Scooter up on the bed to get the other one, Smokey tried to grab it. Oh my goodness. I guess I'm not surprised. That's pretty on brand for Smokey. Come here, man. What's your problem? Here's the cat cam for you. All right, well, this is, not necessarily the most entertaining national championship. Miami's making it that way since they want to do the whole, freaking run up the middle, bubble screen or deep bomb and incomplete and then punt. So they're not making it entertaining, but at least their defense is trying. You got to give them credit for that. But they aren't doing much more than that. And they got away. They got away with some of those ref ball plays. They already had one player out for targeting. They're lucky Jacoby Thomas didn't get the same treatment. Because I'm going to be honest, after that absolutely monstrous hit Mendoza took, I think he should have been out. I think he should have been out for targeting. Because that was helmet-to-helmet contact. He led with the crown of his helmet. That should have been targeting. Ugh. I don't think Scooter wants to be in here, so I'll let you out. All right, bye-bye, Scooter. Bye-bye. Get on out of here. He did the cat equivalent of dine and dash. He came in for his treat and then ran away. Good Lord, man. Right guy, appreciate the 5 says, got back from the Pens Kraken game. My Penguins took the Kraken to the 7th floor. And I'm going to safely assume that means they beat the ever-living hell out of them. Or they effed them with their third leg. Scott with the 2, thank you, good sir, says floof balls. Very well said. Can't argue with that. That is I can assure you that is a statement I cannot argue with. Ay, ay, ay. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete punt. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete punt. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete punt. Ah, my goodness. Yeah, they're not making it entertaining, I'll say that much. The defense is doing their part, though. You watch soccer at all, Squid? Gonna tune into the World Cup to survive the offseason? Well, one thing I probably will try and do is I will tune into a few more sports outside of college football. Something I should have worked on with basketball and baseball more. I'm going to try to put a little bit more focus on that in this offseason. But it all depends on however much time I've actually got to do so. And I've got a lot of off-season projects I've got to worry about before I can actually put some focus on that. But I plan to do some of that at some point in due time. And meanwhile, Todd Bowles and Zach Taylor are still employed. Sean McDermott getting sacked. I didn't see it coming timing-wise. Yeah, no. A lot of big firings. And it's like college football because once the season actually comes to a close, yeah, that's when the get-outs are made. What up, buddy? What up? You been being good? You been being good to the people? That's what I love about Smokey. He doesn't care. He's the chillest cat I've ever had. All right. Ugh. You do what you want. I'm calling it right now. The next play is going to be Fletcher up the middle. Perchance. One more half of football for the 2025 season. Yep, can't believe it. Season flew by faster than anybody could have ever expected. And the end result is two teams that absolutely nobody expected to be here. I mean, some people actually had that expectation for Miami. Their defense was well improved. Because that's one thing. This Miami team is far different than the one from last year. Because they had a great offense last year. Cam Ward was one of the most clutchest quarterbacks you've seen in the country. Up until he opted out in the second half of the Poop Tart Bowl. But no, that Miami offense was really, really good last year. The problem was their defense was as useless as a sandpaper condom. But now it's the opposite. See you, Smokey. Now it's the opposite. They've got an elite defense with elite playmakers across the board, but what they don't have is an offense that they can accurately rely on in most cases. I'm glad we got some new blood in this thing. That is very true. The trade-off here when it comes to the national championship is that at least it's two teams that we have not seen in a very long time. And a lot of us are happy because of that. Not everybody. If you're a Florida State fan, you're not happy. If you're a Florida fan, you're not happy. If you're an Illinois fan, you're not happy either. If you're a Purdue fan, nope, can't be happy about what you're seeing either. But outside of those few select fan bases, it's a good time to be a college football fan. No Mouse, no Bama, no Ohio State, no Notre Dame, but they weren't a problem regardless. So, pretty good time. Would you take Alberto Mendoza if he were to somehow transfer out of Indiana? I don't know. I mean, our quarterback situation isn't great, but I haven't seen enough out of the second Mendoza to know. He has a great mentor. That's one thing you can say, is that he's got one of the best mentors you can get. So, I don't know, maybe. But just because he's related to a Heisman player doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to produce the same amount of talent, because he could get in his own head and that could cause serious problems. You never know. But I mean, like I said, a lot of the times when you have players that are related to like Arch Manning, for example, you know, a lot of people are on him about him being one of the, like, a Heisman candidate. He could be a potential Heisman player next season. Marvin Harrison's another example. The original Marvin Harrison, he actually played at Tennessee, had a great career here. He was really, really good. And then Marvin Harrison Jr., who obviously had a phenomenal stretch at Ohio State. And there are plenty of other examples that we could use in that regard. So, but I'm not one to say. I mean, the way it looks, it's looking like GMAC is going to be our guy. And I sure do hope that's a good thing for Heupel, because this is a year where he absolutely needs to have a great quarterback. We can't be, he can't be dicking around this season when it comes to quarterbacks. It won't go that way. It won't go good. I remember when Vols Online thought we had... Yeah, well, Tennessee, as you know, with every single Tennessee fan, we're getting everybody. Everybody on the portal is a lock. In fact, inside sources say that Jeremiah Smith is getting ready to bounce out of Ohio State and become part of the Big Orange tomorrow. Who said that? The Tennessee fans did, so it's got to be true. That's the thing about these recruiting analysts. They think after hearing one thing that they think hearing one thing from a message board suddenly means they're now qualified to say that this and this player is coming to our school. But then again, there are certain YouTube outlets, certain people online that don't help in that circumstance, because they make these clickbait thumbnails saying, oh, big time elite players getting ready to join the Tennessee Volunteers as part of the thumbnail. It says like Jeremiah Smith coming to Knoxville, question mark, question mark, question mark. And then it's about 15 minutes of the guy telling you to subscribe to their channel and pay for their memberships. And then about 2 minutes of them addressing a Twitter comment by Vols fan up the ass 12 million, who said, guys, I would really like if Jeremiah Smith came to Knoxville. Does that mean he's coming to Tennessee? And that's the entire video. Great. Thank you for wasting 17 minutes of my life. To my friend M again, massive Vols fan, graduated from Knoxville before pharmacy school, I think. Y'all need to get good solely because I need to be able to talk. Oh, I'll talk to my friend M again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I hope we get good. We're better than when we were. That's the reason why there were fans that are willing to put up with this, because the decade of dysfunction and the entertainment district. Where's y'all's entertainment district? You have one of those? Didn't think so. We're gonna get one in like 5 years. It's gonna take away all the parking, and literally none of the students are gonna be able to park. They're gonna have to walk 20 miles just to get to class. But hey, entertainment. And it's only $1,000 per step. Disneyland Dan. Oh, that's a good one. I might have to use that. We're about to live in a timeline where Indiana is a contender for the greatest team of all time. Well, no, crazy things, crazy life we're living in. Wouldn't have it any other way. That's what college football is all about. If nothing else, people hate that NIL has made college football go from a game about loyalty to absolutely none at all. But in the grand scheme of things, sacrifices must be made, because at the bare minimum, at least the parity in college football is fun to watch. I wish there were restrictions to how NIL and the transfer portal work. I think it's stupid that you are able to just buy whichever player from which school and tamper with existing rosters, and nobody's going to do anything about it. Because what's funny is that the NCAA has rules against tampering that they literally just don't enforce, because they have no power. Every time they actually fight back against somebody, the other school sues them. I mean, like, even Trinidad Chambliss. Oh, can I stay for another year at Ole Miss? Okay, but why? Oh, then no. All right, that's it. I'm suing you. Like, that's what we've turned into. They think they're just gonna win lawsuits by default because he's Trinidad Chambliss. He can just win a lawsuit. What? No. At UT, do you park at Neyland to catch a bus to class? I did, not this semester, but the one before. But I quit on that, and I actually paid to park every day because it was ridiculous. So they were doing construction on the main road to classes midway through the semester. So they had to do like a 15-minute detour just to get to classes on time. So you had to show up to those buses an hour before classes, otherwise you just weren't going there. It's ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. So I just said, screw it. I'm not leaving this house at 7:30 in the morning to go to classes. That start at 9:30. I'm just not doing that. NIL has allowed Texas Tech to build a roster better than most SEC programs. I have to approve of that on that basis. Well, again, yeah, no, I mean, that's you bought the roster, but same goes for a lot of these schools. Oregon was the same way. Big name programs, and even those that aren't that big. I mean, look at Duke. Look how much money they paid Daria Mensah to stick around for a year before going to Miami, which I presume is where he's going. Anyway, enough about that. We're getting ready to get started in the second half, the last half of football here in the 2025 college football season. And this ball rolls out of bounds for a touchback. Or not out of bounds, into the end zone. You get the idea. Yeah, Trinidad Chambliss is suing the NCAA to stick around for another year. When they ask him why, he's just like, it's because I'm Trinidad Chambliss. Duh. First and 10 for Indiana. This is going to be a run play directly up the gut, and there's Canes all over it. Keelan Black does manage to run to the line of scrimmage, but that's all he gets out of that, so it's 2nd and 10. Buses, to me, are the best if you like wasting time. Because that's all they seem to do, for the most part. That's just me, though. I mean, everybody's got a different scenario in that case. Anyway, here we go. 2nd and 10 for the Hoosiers. At the 25, back to throw, high snap, Mendoza. All kinds of pressure around him, and Akeem Mesidor gets to him. Down with a big sack, 5 yards behind the line. It's going to be 3rd down and 15. That offensive line has been taken to the 7th floor. Good grief. Miami may not be doing successful on offense in any capacity, but it's their defense that's keeping them in this game. Now it's 3rd and 17, 4-man in motion. Hands off up the middle. There's a waving the white flag. Keelan Black down after 5 yards. They're going to punt right back to the Canes. But wait a second. We do have a flag that came in midway through that play. Might be a hold. If it is, if it's any penalty on the offense, then it doesn't matter. It's just going to be declined for a 4th down. But if it's on the Canes, that could be troublesome. Very troublesome. Oh, no. The Canes are called for a face mask on Keelan Black. What would have been an easy 4th down and punt situation for them to get the ball back has now been turned into a 1st down for Indiana. Jacoby Thomas, or no, that's not Jacoby Thomas, my bad. I saw the 8 and presumed it was him. Either way, they're called for a big-time penalty. It's going to be 1st down Indiana all the way to the 38-yard line. Man in motion. Snap up the middle. Another run play up the middle. Stuffed. This time by, what looks to be, is that Keontae Scott on the play? Yeah, it was. No gain on that one. And it's going to be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 Hoosiers. All right, what you got whipped up here? Mendoza. He's been having a successful day all day, but we'll see if he can get something going here. 4-man set, back to pass, rolling out immediately. Plenty of time to throw. He gets it off deep over the middle. Incomplete. No flags are thrown. It'll be 3rd and 9. Nothing given on that one in any capacity. Looking for Sarrat deep in double coverage. Could not get to him. Once again, great coverage by Jacoby Thomas, who, again, probably shouldn't even be in this game, but he is. Lucky to be here. Here we go. Indiana 4 of 8 on 3rd down conversions. They've got another one coming up right here on a 3rd and 9. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Man moving in motion. Gets it off. Direct snap. Mendoza looking deep. Trying to think about it. And Ruben Bain again gets to him. He was chasing him down. Mendoza tried to get away, and he's thrown down 10 yards behind the line. This dude is an absolute monster. It's not even the fact that he's just strong and powerful and has more muscle than anybody on that line. He's fast. Really, really daggum fast. We saw he outruns Hemby. He outran Hemby earlier, and he caught up to Mendoza on that one and got the sack. So now Indiana's forced to punt all the way back around the 15. It's a good one. Sailing all the way to around the 20-yard line. It's going to be a return right here by Tony, who dodges the first man past the 30, still running. Finally taken down and out of bounds around the 38-yard line. Pretty dadgum good return, and this one isn't held back for a penalty. So, Miami still down by 2 scores. The pressure is on for the Canes offense to do something, but they've got pretty good field position here to start this drive. That IDL was super underrated for Miami, just as beastly as Bain and Mesidor. Yeah. The thing is that, you know, Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor, Jacoby Thomas, they've got multiple of the best defensive playmakers in the country on their side. I think Thomas plays dirty, but you can't deny that. Because that was a dirty hit that he laid on Mendoza. His bottom lip is still hurting after that one. His bottom lip's going to be hurting for at least the next month. Mendoza needs to take off at some of those passes. He had a running lane off to the left. You don't have a lot of time to really respond if you've got a 200-pound absolute machine running right behind you. You don't really have a lot of thought process when it comes to that. Logic isn't the first thing going into his mind when you've got a tank of a man coming at you at full speed. Mysterious Guy, appreciate the following me on Twitch. Yeah, we're live over on Twitch, by the way. If you guys like it over there, we are live on the Twitch. Figure that out finally. Carson Beck hasn't been terrible. Not at all. I think a lot of the problems of the offense has been due to their play calling. Because they haven't ditched the run, which I understand. You want to try and open up the run game, but whatever they're doing just isn't working. They keep trying to run up the middle, and it's so predictable that they're just able to stop it every single time. So they've got to come up with something else. Nathan Tucker, appreciate the 2, says Miami is not making things easy for Indiana. Oh, no doubt. They're keeping it a competitive fight, but I guarantee you, all it takes is one mistake. All it takes is Carson Beck to make one mistake, and this game is flipped on its head. I keep saying we're overdue for the trademark Carson Beck interception. All it takes is one of those, and that could be the thing that cooks them for good. Again, we'll see. Because they're going to have to throw. They've got no choice. They can't just continue to try and run up the middle and hope for the best. It ain't working. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete punt. Well, here we go. This is it, I think. You've got to let Carson Beck sling this football. You've got no choice. You can't do what you've been doing. It's clearly not working. He's 6 of 10 for today. 1st and 10. They're going to let him throw here. Looking. A direct snap. Outside throw. Complete. There's actually a little shot a little over the middle. Malachi Tony catches it for about 5 yards. Makes this a manageable 2nd down coming up. If you got a quarterback that can at least throw to some capacity, you can set up the run at least a little bit there, but what you were doing before wasn't working. Here we go. Isaiah Jones in the game, 2nd and 5 for the Canes. 3-man set for Beck. It's going to be a handoff. Outside handoff right here. Got a good run game out of this one, and he's off! He's gone! Mark Fletcher on the outside this time, and he went past the entire Indiana defense. And they're right back in the game, everybody. 57 yards to the house. Miami touchdown.
If your hoe only know that she was getting on the 7th floor.
Wow. I'm going to be honest, did not see that coming. If they'd done that up, again, like I said, if they did that up the middle, that was a loss, guaranteed. Indiana saw a run play coming, and they're like, oh, line everybody up on the front. That's what they're going to do. Nope. They sent Fletcher on the outside this time. Panned out to perfection. Nobody saw that coming. And the Canes are on the board. Extra point is good. It's 10-7. Indiana's still winning, but this is a far more competitive game now. All right. Well, I think that woke up Indiana's defense. They're right back in the fight. They're going to make it competitive. And this is funny considering the fact that they're literally not letting their quarterback do anything. Upgraded to Category 2 now. Signetti is sending that line to the sun currently. Oh, he definitely just threw one of those guys. I could absolutely see him picking up one of those offensive linemen and then throwing him to the other side of the sideline out of just pure rage. Kirk Signetti is a man that unironically I could see getting a rage boost whenever he's in a losing situation. I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. To be frank, though, I want to be happy either in this situation. They're in a tough spot. Oh! By the way, let me hit the squiddy. I forgot to do that. Ooh! 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 Bang! 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 Ooh! And I forgot Miami had a duck for a mascot. What are they called? The Miami Ducks or the Miami Hurricanes? Tough to say. Ooh! Alright, well. All the time in the world in this one. This is a competitive ball game again. Still Indiana's game here. 10-7. But again, Canes have made this one a whole lot more competitive. Hey, Squiddy, finish the segment for your video. Great. Just send it to me on Twitter or Discord or wherever else you can send it to me at, and I'll get that in there. So, spoiler for the finale to Chaos. But yeah, MVOS is going to be in it. Thanks, buddy. Shout out to you, good sir. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10 Canes. 11 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Still up, but the pressure is absolutely on the Hoosiers side now. 3-man set. Here's a handoff. Outside to Hemby. He's got it. Breaks past the line. Still running all the way to the 40. 15-yard gain for Hemby. 1st and 10 Hoosiers. It's an ibis. I don't care what it's a duck. That's a duck. I don't care what you guys call it. Here we go. 1st and 10 directly around the 40-yard line. Now line up in the bunch. Still 3 wide set. Man moving in motion. Going to take this handoff directly up the middle. Decent push by Hemby. Gets about 4, maybe 5 yards all the way to the 45-yard line. Again, they're gonna try and keep Miami from having as many drives as possible. They're gonna just milk this clock as much as they can. Under 10 minutes to go in the third. Another man in motion. Takes the snap. Mendoza hands it off to Hemby again. Up the gut. Maybe 3 yards on that one. We'll be looking at about a 3rd and 2. Now it looks like Indiana's doing what Miami was doing before, just trying to test the run game. Think we're a little late on that one. We're going to have to let Mendoza sling it a bit. I don't know why both of these offenses are just playing as conservative as possible. It's like they're both scared to let their quarterbacks throw it. I can understand it for Carson Beck, but for Fernando Mendoza, let the man throw. Here he is, 3rd and 3. 4 wide set, takes the snap. Mendoza on a direct snap, gets it off. It's all, yes, it's, no, the ball's fumbled. It's caught, I think. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. Elijah Starr had his hands on it. The ball was bobbled in the air initially, caught it, looked like he caught it, but then the ball got thrown out of his hands, and they're going to rule it incomplete. That was a clown show of an attempted catch right there. Good heads-up play by Mohamed Toure to get that one out of his hands, and it'll be 4th down for Indiana. Now the pressure is really on the defense because it's going to be right back to him here. Here's the punt. Decent one right here. Moving all the way to around the 12-yard line where it is taken for a fair catch. So the Canes will get the ball back, but they're going to be deep in their own territory here. Pressure is on. Miami's now got a chance to either tie the ball game or potentially take the lead, which would be very funny considering that a lot of people, including myself, were picking the Canes to get blown out by the Hoosiers. Looks like that was not going too well. You already know Sarr is getting a chewing right now. Oh, he's 100% getting thrown to the opposite side of the sideline. He'd do what Mike Leach did. He probably threw his chair into the garbage can, too. If you can't catch, you can't sit. But yeah, that's really not good if you're Indiana. The defense can get you out of a few situations, but if you're now going to be the ones that get scared, it's going to set up for Miami for what could potentially be the winner. Again, a lot of time. This is still literally anybody's ball game, so anything can happen past this point, but not doing them any favors by dicking around on that drive. Miami defense is playing their ass off. Offense needs to take a long, methodical drive to the end zone, and the entire landscape of this game changes. Oh, no doubt. Well, if they take out because Miami has a tendency of burning an entire quarter on one of their drives, they could do that and then get the lead here, and everything about this changes. I could 100% see this with. I could absolutely see a scenario with Miami being up in the 4th quarter, and then Indiana having one last drive left for Mendoza to prove why he's a Heisman contender. I could absolutely see that. We'll find out. What up, Shofi? Are we having a Squid After Dark tonight? No, unfortunately not tonight. If it was a Saturday, I'd be much more in favor of it. But it's a school night for my sister, and I don't want to keep her awake with me yapping about whatever. So, unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of that this go around. But there will be, of course, your usual get out video the day after this championship game. So tomorrow, I'll be dropping the get out video for whichever unfortunate loser comes out on this one, just short of winning the Natty. I kind of thought Indiana would start imposing their will on the U, but I was wrong again. Nope. This has been entirely so far in this second half. It's been the Canes. Most expensive cultural playoff game on record, by the way. $4,000 a ticket. That is insane. At Hard Rock Stadium, of all places. And yet they still couldn't get it filled up. Run play up the middle. Nothing given there. There it is. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete. 2nd and 9. I say you let Carson Beck throw again. Or send Tony on the outside. 4 wide set. Tony in motion, moving over to the right side, takes the snap, Beck throws to Tony on the outside, and it's dropped. Bad throw by Beck. It'll be 3rd and 9. He had him on a go route to the outside, couldn't hit him. It'll be 3rd and 9. It's funny because they're not even necessarily throwing. I mean, they're throwing to Tony every time, but it's not even a deep bomb. So expect for Beck to go right back to him here. Potentially so. Keelan Marion has been completely missing for the entirety of this game. Here it is. Might be bringing the pressure here. It's a 5-man rush. Beck throws over the middle and incomplete. Looking for Daniels over the middle. Couldn't hit him. It'll be a 4th down and 9. Mitigates the damage the offense caused, and the Canes will be forced to punt. Another 3 and out for the Miami offense. Great protection there again. They have not found any holes to exploit on this Indiana secondary. Or at least Carson Beck hasn't found any. I should rephrase that. Here's the punt coming from the end zone. Looks like a pretty good one going all the way to the 45. Shake that one a little bit, actually. So Indiana in pretty good field position here on what's going to be 1st and 10 from around the 45, in between there and the 40. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Tony deep ball. Incomplete. Punt. Great stop, defense. Malachi Tony deep ball. Okay. All right, that's enough. By the way, the Canes are now 0 for 7 on 3rd downs in this game. That tells you a lot. 1st and 10 for Indiana. 3-man set. On the play action, Mendoza. Pressure gets to him immediately, and down he goes. Well more than 5 yards lost on that one. Akeem Mesidor teleported to that man. Basically instant transmission to him. Horrible job by the right tackle. Did not know what to do there. Worst protection attempt I've seen in my life. Ay. That was just a straight mismatch. That's all there was to it. That's now Miami's 50th sack of the year. Leading the FBS in sacks. Big shocker, I know. Here's a handoff. Directly up the middle. Good protection up front. Keelan Black escapes the first tackle. Gets quite a few positive yardage out of that one. A few, whatever sense that makes. But it'll be 3rd down still. Maybe gets back to the initial line. But not much better than that. No, doesn't even get there. 3rd and 12 coming up. So that initial sack by Mesidor is going to really hurt. Indiana. Also worth noting, by the way, that the Canes get back one of their key pieces that they lost for the first half of this game on the defensive backfield. Worth noting. I forgot to point that out. 3rd and 12. 4-man set. Mendoza, direct snap. They're bringing pressure on the edge again. Throws immediately, and it's incomplete. Sarrat went for Sarrat again. He wanted the pass interference call. Won't get it because Big 12 refs ain't about to call that. So it's going to be 4th and 12. Frederick with, once again, quite a lot of contact there, but they won't blow a whistle for him. So another big-time failure of a drive for Indiana. Not much different from what we've been seeing out of Miami, though. Here's the punt. Another one. This one going all the way back inside the 5 where it's recovered. He's going to try and return this one. Tony breaks the initial tackle. Can't get past the second, though. And really good special teams momentum right there. Gets Miami all the way backed up to the 6-yard line. All right, crystal balls, what you got here? If you get a successful drive out of this one somehow, you can take out the rest of this quarter. But that's only if you can actually get through with doing that. I'm confused. You got people roller skating on the roads in Miami. Did they shut those down for this game? For like parades or something? Because how else are they able to shut down all the roads in Miami? I shouldn't be asking that. I've got no clue. Well, Wasteland, I think he's stuck going there anyway, no matter what happens in this game. Dread from it, run from it. The Las Vegas Raiders still arrive. Not much you can do about that. Well, it's going to be a battle of field position for the most part, pending there aren't any turnovers, which is 100% what they're trying to avoid, if nothing else. That's 100% what they're doing beyond all else, is keep making sure that they avoid that outcome. But that's the best they've got in their favor. They've got nothing else. But if they turn the ball over, I mean, even if Mendoza somehow does it, if Mendoza turns the ball over, that could be the game-deciding play right there. We'll see. Oh, quit showing me all these Sonic commercials, man. I see those tots, and now it makes me hungry. I want some tots. Miami must force a turnover to win this game, I believe. No, they can. If they get another miraculous run like they had before, who knows? They can make something out of it. But that's one thing they've got to do. They've got no other choice. Come on, Twitter. Now's not the time for Bernie's cosplayers to show up on my phone. It's football. It will never not be funny to me that Indiana somehow filled up Miami Stadium more than their own fans did. This is something I know, it's something you see that's common with a lot of fan bases here on the internet. But Miami as a fan base, Miami's got a big fan base, but a lot of them aren't even they don't even live anywhere near Miami. They live all across the country, and most of their fandom, you see them on YouTube and Twitter and everywhere else. You don't even see them actually there at the games. So it's not like they aren't fans, but rather they just don't show up to the games. Well, here we go. 1st and 10 Miami, pinned all the way back at the 6-yard line to start. Another handoff directly up the middle to Mark Fletcher. Imagine my shock if I told you that they tried to hand the ball up the middle. Now this one did work to at least some percentage. Got about 4 yards out of that. It'll be 2nd and 6. There ain't much you can do here, though, pinned back at your own 10. But they are going to line up in a 5-wide set. Beck all alone, a direct snap. Throws on the outside, nearly intercepted. Threw at the ground and nearly got picked off. Oh my goodness, he is lucky to escape with that one. Tried throwing to Keelan Marion, but he was long covered right there. And Isaiah Jones about made him pay for it. 3rd and 7. Canes 0 for 7 on 3rd downs. Tony in motion. Back to throw again on the direct snap. Beck gets it off. It is complete to Marion over the middle. Not enough for the 1st down, though. No, he got to Tony. Why did I say Marion? It's Tony. It's always going to be Tony. It's going to be fourth down, though, all the same. So he did hit Malachi Tony as expected, but it was just a dump off. Nothing more than about 5 yards. Just not enough. They'll have to punt this one right back to Indiana. And it'll be up to the special teams to try and pin the Hoosiers deep. That's their only hope at this point, because Indiana can very well put this game out of reach with a touchdown. Dylan Joyce having to punt from his own end zone or around the 1 yard line. Oh no, that one's blocked! That one's blocked and recovered in the end zone! Oh, I had a feeling that was going to happen, and it did! Oh, that could be the game changer. I was getting ready to say it, and it happened. That one's blocked in the end zone, no flags. Indiana goes up by 2 scores.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
What a play. What a freaking play. I had a feeling because I knew they were going after that punt. I knew they were going after it. I just didn't expect them to actually get there in time. What a play. What a freaking play. There you go. Google that. Google that. Special teams got effed on the 7th floor. Literally, that's all it came down to. That could be the game. Dadgummit, man. You had one job. Oh no, the extra points doinked. Oh, but it still went in. Okay. Now that this game has just turned into a freaking clown show, man. What are we doing here? Ay. What a play. What a freaking play. Mikhail Kamara with the blocked punt. Got it in the end zone. It's recovered. No flags. Indiana touchdown. The game is now 17-7. Hoosiers with the double score lead now. Wow. Oh, man. You hate to see it. Damn, and Carson Beck couldn't even make the mistake for you. The special teams had to do it. Well, returning this one from the 5. Not much given on that one. Down before he even hits the 20. Down around the 18. Guys, again, there's still a lot of time in this ball game. But considering the stakes here and the fact that they do not trust their quarterback and they've made that fairly damn obvious, it ain't looking good. It is really not looking good for the Canes. They're not built for this type of comeback. And the worst part is, this ain't an Ole Miss defense you're up against. You don't have the luxury of an Ole Miss defense to fight against. This is the Hoosiers. They mean business this time, in case you don't realize. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Another attempt at offense here, starting from the 19. Beck going to do a play action, looking deep. He's going to throw on the outside instead. Dumps it off to Fletcher, who gets about 9 yards on that first play. 2nd down and 1 coming up. Ay, man. I had a feeling at the back of my head that punt was going to be blocked. I wasn't ready to call it because I didn't think it was going to happen. Handoff on the outside here. Fletcher breaks the initial tackle, still moving past the 35, down around the 37. So 1st down for Miami, already far more successful than any of their other drives other than the touchdown one. But at this point in this game, you've got to get something here. Because now I've got a feeling with that momentum, Indiana's offense will probably come out red hot to end this game. That's what they always do. They put Bama on Oregon to submission in the 4th quarter. You've got to do something and do it fast. Fakes the toss, throws on the outside, BAM! Incomplete. Holy hell, what a hit. Beck threw that one a little too high. Oh my goodness. Tight end tried to go up and get that one, and he took a monstrous hit. Bauman tried to make the play right there, and D'Angelo Pons comes in with an absolutely monstrous hit. I guess that's comeback for the hit Jacoby Thomas made earlier on Mendoza. Oh my God. Here's a handoff. This time Shamar Brown takes it, breaks the initial tackle, doesn't get much more than about 3 yards, maybe 4. I think we got a man down for the Canes. But looked a little slow to get up. I think he got up. 3rd down and 6 here coming up for the Canes. Again, they're 0 for 8 on 3rd downs. Have not made a single 3rd down conversion through the entirety of this ball game. And time is winding down, not in their favor. Marion in motion. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Beck looking. A lot of pressure coming on the edge. He's forced to roll out of the pocket. Still running. Runs the other direction. Now throws. Got a man open. 1st down, Canes. Still moving down around the 35-yard line. They gave Beck all kinds of time, and he was able to find C.J. Daniels for what was probably their best reception all night long. Also, their first 3rd down conversion of the night. I don't get why they don't trust Carson Beck. I mean, that was an actually good play he made. Saw the pressure coming from the edge. Made a key play in that one. And Indiana could have been called for a block in the back penalty there too. Could have. But that's irrelevant here. 4-man set, now 5-man. Looks to throw. It's a screen on the outside. Nearly slips. And then down somewhere. I think his knee went down before he got any actual yardage. So they're probably going to blow it dead around the line of scrimmage. We'll see. It was a screenplay. Yeah, his knee was down. Oh, no. And he didn't even throw a pick, and Beck just did the surrender cobra. That's not a good sign. All right. Bad time for that. Second and 9. Tony in motion. It's going to be a screenplay to him. He's got some blockers in front. He's got a good run here. Still running. Finally taken down inside the 20. Gets all the way to the red zone. He didn't need any blocking to make a key play out of that one. I don't know. I mean, they saw Tony coming in motion. I'm surprised nobody tried to contest against him. Lewis Moore is at least able to make the tackle to prevent the touchdown. Okay. Now the Canes are in a better position here. They have a chance to put this within 1 score. And they should, as long as they don't do something stupid. 1 minute left to go in the 3rd quarter. Time is winding down. Obviously not in the Canes' favor. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. Takes the snap. Handoff directly up the gut. Fletcher, decent push right there. Gets about 5 yards out of that one. 2nd down and 5 coming up inside the 10. Carson screen pass back. Hey, the screens are working. It's far better than Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Deep ball. You get the idea. They'll give him 3 yards on that run right there. So it'll be 2nd and 7. Still inside the 10 from the 9. They're going to hand it off up the middle again. Decent push right here, though. Breaks the initial tackle. That was actually a pretty good run right there by Fletcher. Really good push. That'll be your final play of the 3rd quarter. We are heading to the final quarter of college football. 1 quarter away from crowning a new college football national champion. Will it be the first-time champions in Indiana, or will it be the 7th floor looking for their first title since 2001? A lot on the line here. A lot is at stake. Only one of these contenders can come away with the big trophy. I can't explain to you guys just how influential this would be for Tank Conference if they somehow came away with this. Obviously, if Indiana were to win this game, it would be a life changer for Indiana, their fans, their program. their staff, their administration, anything to do with Indiana, because you could have been born in the days of the Civil War and lived to see every single Indiana football season in history. Every single one to ever exist. There has never been a season near as good in their entire history as the one they're experiencing right now. And they've got a chance to cap it off with what will be a 16-0 undefeated season. But that's if they can hold on and survive here. But Miami's pushing. They're out the 1 yard line now. They have the chance to make this a one-score game, but it all depends on what they do next. The entire SEC are clowns of the postseason. That's been known. Clowns of the postseason, though, is probably... I mean, it's hard for me to say, but you're probably right. It'd be hard to point to just one. That's the problem. Anyway, let's go sports ball. I can't read the entire name. It's not letting me. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let's Go Sports Ball podcast. Thank you very much for the 2, good sir. It says, hey, Squiddy, thoughts on the Vols next season? Well, the way it's looking like we're about to progress right back to our 2024-23 style of football, to where we're a defensive-heavy type of team. Because from the looks of it, we aren't making all that many moves on offense. We're getting some wide receivers in. We're getting some playmakers. I'm glad we're able to maintain Braylon Staley. I'm glad Arian Carter's coming back. We got a couple of marquee playmakers on defense from Penn State to help with what's going to be adjusting from the Jim Knowles, or to the Jim Knowles defensive style. No matter what you guys think of Jim Knowles and how he did this season, no matter what you think, him at his worst is still better than anything I've seen from Tim Banks. Just throwing it out there. Letting you know about it right now. Yeah, I think if Miami wins the national championship right here, what they should do is, with all that extra funding they're going to get, what they need to do is they need to split out from the ACC and refund the Big East. Then they can win a conference. All right, well, here we go. 3rd down and 1. The Canes made their first 3rd down conversion of the night just a few minutes ago. This is for making it a one-score game. Tony in motion. Fakes the toss. Gives it off straight up the middle. Untouched into the end zone. Easy run up the gut for Mark Fletcher. And fellas, we have got ourselves a game.
If your hoe only know that she was getting on the 7th floor.
Touchdown Miami. It's a 4-point game. Pending the extra point, it'll be a 3-score game. All depends on that. So this is actually a really important extra point. Pressure's really on the kicker for this one. This would be where Max Gilbert misses an extra point. Let's see if they can get this one. Kick is up. Nailed it. All right, good. There you go. 17-14. Hoosiers still on top in this one, but the Canes have made this an extremely competitive game all the same. Oh boy. Well, you guys got your wish. Some of you were thinking or hoping that this would be a blowout in favor of Indiana, because none of you liked Miami, but there were a lot of us hoping that this would just be a good game. Seems we're getting that, because right now this is a good game, and it's going to be looking like it could be a photo finish for the national championship. Wouldn't have it any other way. Miami wins a national championship in the ACC despite never winning the conference. College football, man, at its absolute best.
This is college football at its absolute best.
Yeah, we need geographically correct football to come back. We need to get Cal and we need to get Cal and Stanford out of the ACC, and we can throw them back in the Pac-12. I don't really think they'd miss them all that much. We can keep SMU there. SMU's contributing. Remember that one time Cal went up by like 24 points on the Canes? and like had the game won, and then they just blew it worse than like anything the Ravens could do. Yeah, that's Cal's biggest contribution. Actually, I take it back. They're part of the reason why the Miami never even made the ACC in the first place. It's the reason why we had a 5-loss Duke win the ACC. If there's anybody feeling proud of themselves right now, it's Louisville and SMU. Both of those teams got to feel real good about themselves right now. But a lot of ball game left. Whole nother quarter here. Final quarter to be precise. 14:57 to go. Indiana with the football at the 25-yard line. Bunch formation here. 2 men in the back. Mendoza. Handoff up the gut again. Gets past the first line. Can't get past the second. Not much more than maybe 2 yards. 2nd down and 8. Tried to send Keelan Black up the gut. Nothing given. They got to spread this thing out. I don't know why you're not letting Mendoza sling it. Again, I could be saying the same thing about Miami, too, and they've opened up the run game to some capacity. In fact, they're leading now. I don't know if you guys realize that, but Miami has turned the stat sheet on its head. They're actually leading in total yardage now. 2nd and 8, once again in bunch formation. 2 receivers to the right. Takes the snap, Mendoza. Another handoff, directly up the middle. Breaks past the initial line, down after a first down and a whole lot more. Keelan Black with a good run right there. I take back everything I said. That's why I'm just an idiot and not an analyst. It's the reason why Squidtard Sports can never be an analyst, because he'll say, don't do this, and then you do this, and it winds up actually going in your favor. Anyway, it's 1st and 10 for the Hoosiers. Now a much more comfortable position here. Directly at the 40. Line up in the exact same formation as before. 2 men to the right. Takes the snap. This is going to be a pass play. Screen play nearly intercepted. But it is batted down and incomplete. Great pass play right there. Ethan O'Connor read that one like a beast and nearly took it to the house. Oh, that one could have been bad. That had shades of Keontae Scott against Ohio State. It was a screenplay right there. Oh, my goodness. Tried to get it off to Omar Cooper, and they did not get that. Formations changed for Mendoza. He's 0 for 4 in the second half, by the way, as yet to throw a completion. Here's a screenplay. Now he actually does throw a completion. It's a screenplay. He's got a lot of blockers in front of him. Still running down inside the opponent's 40. That was a good screen right there. Got Omar Cooper. That was what it was, a well more protected screen. Yeah, both of these offenses are playing as conservative as they possibly can. They don't want to force a turnover. By the way, though, it's a first down for Indiana. Past the opponent's 45-yard line and almost at the 40. Yet to see a smile on the face of Signetti, and probably won't be one until they actually get the trophy. Cooper in motion here. From the 42, takes the snap, Mendoza, back to throwing a play action, escapes Ruben Bain, gets back to the line of scrimmage before going down. 2nd down around 9, so he was able to escape the sack, but not much more than about a yard gained right there. They've got to double team Ruben Bain or something, man. Whatever they're doing right now just isn't working. Now, I think that was a design quarterback run, which is why nobody was protecting him in the first place. Either way, though, did not pan out in their favor. No, I don't think that was designed, actually. I think it just saw Ruben Bain come after him and just tried to bolt out of there. Now at the 41, 2nd and 9, takes the snap, Mendoza. Hands off, up the middle. About 4 yards, maybe 5 on the run to Hemby. It'll be 3rd down and around 4. Maybe 5. Yep, 3rd down and 5. Clock will continue to roll down. We've got about 12 minutes. Exactly now 12 minutes left in this ball game. They'll try to milk this clock as much as they can, limiting the Canes' drives as much as humanly possible. The roles have seemingly reversed now. Indiana 0 for 3 on 3rd downs in the second half. Hasn't done much of anything offensively throughout their time period here. They're going to have to try and get something on this one. 4-man rush by Miami, Mendoza, direct snap, shot to the end zone, might have a man. Nope, overthrown and incomplete. Overthrown, and it'll be 4th and 5. Tried to get it to Cooper. Just not the best throw you could have possibly made in that situation, but Mendoza was getting all kinds of pressure. Cooper potentially had a lane. O'Connor, again, I know it's the Big 12 refs, I have to emphasize that, but he kind of got away with a little bit of holding there. Offense will remain on the field here on 4th and 5. Signetti whipping out the big balls here. 11:28 left to go. They're going to take their first timeout before they make this final decision. I don't know. I mean, you could kick the field goal. It's something to think about, though. If you kick the field goal, you're basically saying you trust that you put your full trust in the defense. Because dare they score a touchdown, you're suddenly losing the ball game. Something to keep in mind. Man, this is gonna be a photo finish. I'll tell you what. You think this will end? Well, the thing is, neither of these teams have a Jeremiah Smith, so they can't end it on like a deep bomb that goes to Smith for a ball. You know, the ending play. They don't have that luxury, so this could be closer than the last natty. UMass will go from 0-12 to 2-10. Very bold prediction right there. I'll tell you what. UMass got Jake Merklinger. Yeah, he's a playoff quarterback, sir. Conference USA, unfortunately, might be the worst conference in college football right now. I know the MAC was a flat-out mess this year, too. But their champion beat the life and soul out of Kennesaw State. Western Michigan, as bad as they've been, I mean, they took them to the 7th floor and beat the piss out of them. Ay, ay, ay. Western Michigan is a real contender. Yeah. Who knows? They might make the Myrtle Beach Bowl again next year. Big time contender, I'll tell you what. Ay, ay, ay. Are we already trying to pick which group of 5 team is going to do better than ever before? Good luck with that. Anyway, here we go. 4th and 5. Offense stays on the field. They are going for it. Mendoza takes the shot, looking, throws on the outside of the sideline. Complete! Got his man! Wow, what a play. What a freaking play. Got Charlie Becker coming in through the clutch when they needed him most. What a guy, huh? Needed that one. Needed that one desperately, and he comes through in the clutch. Who else but Charlie Becker? I'm not surprised by that one. 1st and 10, Indiana now in the red zone off of that catch at the 18-yard line. Handoff directly up the middle. That's Keelan Black for another 5 yards. Going to be 2nd down and 5. Oh man, yeah, this is going to come down to the very end, isn't it? But again, if Cignetti wants to end this, and if he scores a touchdown here, that could effectively seal the deal. Because right now, Miami is having a hard time actually stopping him. But we'll see. We'll see. The pressure is still on them. 2nd and 5 now. Inside the 15 at the 14. Handoff. Again, Keelan Black up the middle. Not a good push right there. Maybe gets a yard, possibly 2. They're going to be looking at around a 3rd and 4, maybe 3rd and 5. So this is a passing down. No doubt about that. They've got literally no choice. They've got to throw the football here. I don't think they can just run it, especially after that absolutely clutch play that Charlie Becker made. You want to get this one into the end zone. 3-man set. Mendoza looking, over the middle, overthrown, incomplete. Wow, that is unfortunate. Now they probably got to kick the field goal, or maybe they won't. I don't know. I can't really tell you. Trying to look for Williams up on the outside, and he threw that one just way too high. Mendoza likely knew if he threw that too low, that could have resulted in something very bad. And Cignetti is going to burn his 2nd timeout. So he's going to use another timeout here. He's got 1 left with over 9 minutes left to go in the ball game. So this means he's going to go for it here again. And this is a make it or break it situation. If you get it, you probably score the touchdown. If you don't, you set up for Miami for what could potentially be the drive that wins it all. A lot of time left in the ball game. It's undetermined how this one is going to end out, but this one is going to be a photo finish by the looks of it. They're making it as competitive as it possibly can be, and I'm glad. Ay. Yep, they're having talks with Mendoza. Both sides know they're going for it here. That was the full intent from the start. So I'm interested to see what they've got drawn up here. This could be a trick play. This is there's no denying how big this one is. So here it is, 4th and 5. Up by 3 in the national championship game for what could potentially be the game winner. 4 men on the front for Miami. 4-man set for Indiana. It's going to be a direct Fernando Mendoza run, who breaks a tackle and gets the 1st down and dives into the end zone. Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner, makes what we'd all call on Google a Heisman play. Google that.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Mendoza with the rushing touchdown. The Kings had no expectation that he was going to be the one to do so. Direct quarterback run by Fernando Mendoza, the legend of Indiana football. He dives in there and maintains possession of the football. If this were the video games, he would have fumbled the football when he dived in there. And here's the extra point to go up by 10. And it's right through and good. There you have it. 24-14 with 9 minutes to go. The Hoosiers are on top by 10. I'll repeat that for you. The Hoosiers up by 10. 9 minutes to go in the national championship. The pressure is on. There's no denying that. And now, the only hope for Miami, down by 10, is Carson Beck. Whew. Oh, man. I can hear in my mind the sounds of some of these Miami YouTubers already getting the liquor out. Not a good spot to be in. No denying that. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 5, buddy. Says, if Indiana loses, you got to use the I win Google me in the Get Out video. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Christopher Brickner, thank you very much for the 5, good sir. Says, if Indiana wins, would you say the Big Ten would officially have replaced the SEC as the best conference in college football? I've been saying, you guys don't get it. I've been saying that well before. I said this last year too. I thought last year the Big Ten was already better than the SEC. It's a year by year thing. It's not like, it's not like a 10-year thing where like, oh, okay, so the Big Ten won a national championship, but like the SEC is still better conference. No. I said last year the SEC was not as good as the Big Ten, and this year it's the same way. And in fact, the gap is even bigger than it was before. No denying that. Unless you're an SEC homer, then in which case I feel sorry for you. Oh boy, yeah, no, this is gonna be something. This is gonna be something. I'm telling you what. I will tell you that much. We all know that to be the case. H Dog, thank you very much for the 5. Says, get ready for everything in Bloomington to be named after Signetti. Oh, 100% that stadium. It's either going to be Signetti Field or Signetti Stadium. You know, pick it right now. Do a coin flip. Figure it out for yourself. But it's going to be one of those things. Unless if they have an absolute, like if Miami has a miraculous comeback and Carson Beck winds up actually pulling something clutch out of his butt, then yeah, not looking good for you. Here's the kickoff. This one goes all the way to around the 2-yard line where it's returned. This is Keelan Marion on the return. He's down. A late hit comes in. Might be a flag on Indiana. 2 flags come in now. I'm not sure what that was about, but that might be a hit. That might be a penalty on Indiana. If it's a penalty on the Canes, that's going to be really bad. What do they call the penalty? Who's the lucky individual here? It's a hold. It's going to be a holding call on the Canes. Uh-oh. That's really bad. That's really bad. That goes without saying, but that is really, really bad. Now they're going to be deep in their own territory with minimal time left. At this point, it's make it or break it on every drive. You cannot have an empty drive now. You've got to come up with something on this drive, otherwise you're just done. It's GG's if you don't do anything here. That's been known, but that's absolutely certainly the case in this scenario. Well, here we go, gentlemen. About 9 minutes to go. Miami now starting this drive from the 9. They've got to go 91 yards down the field to score. They can still kick the field goal and make it a 1-score game, but they've got a lot of work to do. Carson Beck on a play action. Looking deep. Throws on the outside. He's got his man, Malachi Toney, trying to break a tackle. Will get about 9 yards out of that. Good pass play. Good foresight by Beck to throw that one just to dump off. Not good enough for the first down, though. That'll keep the clock rolling. 2nd down and 1 now. Takes the snap again. Handoff directly up the gut. That is good enough for the first down. Fletcher up the middle. Can't go wrong with it except for all the times you do. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. We might actually see that on this drive here. Fletcher up the middle. Fletcher up the middle. Malachi Toney deep ball. Incomplete punt. That's what we could end up seeing on this select set of drives here that the Canes are about to have. because they ain't got much more choices than that. Bunch formation, 4 receiver set. Tony back in motion. Back to throw, direct snap. Beck thought about the screen, thinking about looking deep. All time to throw. He is going to throw deep and overthrown and incomplete. No flags are thrown. Keelan Marion tried to aim for him, just too high. Aye. CJ Daniels could have gotten open there, but he slipped, so that took out that option. There just wasn't anything going for him there. They don't have this overly reliable receiving target. The best thing that they've got is Malachi Tony, but they've got him set up just consistently on screens and dump-offs. He's their go-to for whenever they need 5 yards, but you're down to 8 minutes left. Back to throw, Beck. Looking again, thinking about throwing deep. He's going to throw this one deep down the field to Marion again. And it is caught! Oh, what a catch! Threw to Marion again on a contested throw. They might review this one. They're saying it was incomplete. Let's see it again. Throws up. Yeah, ball came out. That's incomplete. Marion initially had it, but the ball hit the ground as he was coming down with it. Great coverage by D'Angelo Pons. It's going to be 3rd and 10 Miami with under 8 minutes to go. They're 2 for 4 on third downs this half. They've got to get something here, no doubt about that. 4 receiver look, and flags are thrown. That's a false start. Now it is going to be 3rd and 15. Looking more and more like the Hoosiers don't have any intent of getting on the 7th floor. Does not look like that to be the case here. Miracles do happen, but they're going to need all that and more. Under 8 to go. Backed up deep in their own territory around the 15-yard line on a 3rd and 15. They've got to get all the way to the 30 to convert. 3 receiver look. Now 4 receiver look. Beck. Direct snap, looks, throws on the outside. He's got his man for the first down. Sit the tight end out there, and he's got it. All the way to the 38-yard line. That keeps the drive moving. 1st and 10 Canes. But it's no secret clock is not on their side. No matter what they do here, they're still going to be down. 4 receiver look again. Back to pass. Beck. Throws, outside shot again, slant route complete. Malachi Tony escapes the pressure, still running all the way inside the opponent's 25-yard line. Tony with all kinds of daylight on that play, and now suddenly Indiana's on the back foot on this drive, and the Canes have it inside their own inside Indiana's 25-yard line. Finally sent out Malachi Tony on a deep bomb, and they hit him. Opening up the passing game to some degree, but they've got to finish it here. 22 yards left to go inside the 25. 1st and 10 Canes, under 7 minutes left to go. 4 receiver look, back to throw. Plenty of time to do so. They're not getting any pressure on him. The ball's batted down and nearly intercepted by D'Angelo Pons. But the ball is batted away by a D lineman. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Miami. Second and 10 for who, Squidtard? 2nd and 10 for Miami. That's who. Doesn't look like it was batted away by anybody, actually. It just looks like Mark Fletcher. It just flew right out of his hands, actually. So nobody even got any contention of that. He just flew right off of his hands. Either way, it's incomplete. Still 2nd and 10 from the 22-yard line. They can kick the field goal and still make it a 1-score game. Keep that in mind. They're going to send this one out to Tony on the end around, who's got all kinds of daylight, still running, and all the way home. No field goal for the Canes on this drive. Malachi Tony on the end around gets all the way home, and it's a 22-yard rushing touchdown for the Hurricanes.
If your hoe only knows that she was getting on the 7th floor.
91 yards, 8 plays. Only used up 2 minutes and 41 seconds of clock. That's about the best case scenario you can have if you're Miami. But again, you're still on the losing end. Keep that in mind. You're down by a field goal pending the extra point. All important to make this one, and they do. It's good. 24-21. Indiana still on top, but this game is as close as it ever could be in this situation. Malachi Tony coming in through the clutch when they needed it most. You got to give him credit for that. If nothing else, you've got to give him credit for that. Game's far from over. All the time left on the clock, and they've got all their timeouts in their possession, too. Can't forget that either. Miami's got all their timeouts. Meanwhile, Signetti only has one remaining. The pressure is all on them. There's no denying that. They need all the work and all the more they can get. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see. Christopher Brickner, thank you very much for the 10. Good Sarah says, if Indiana wins at least the Big Ten, 3 straight national championship winners are a mixture of top schools and first-time winners and not just one school constantly winning like with the SEC and Alabama. Well, with all due respect, good sir, that's an entirely false statement. There were 2 other schools after Alabama, or at least one, because it was Georgia. But there were plenty of other schools outside of Alabama that won national championships from the SEC since the Big Ten had 2 winners from their own conference. And they went on like a 15-year streak with 5 other teams. Florida, Auburn, LSU, and Georgia too. There were plenty of other teams from the SEC that won championships. If you go back all the way to BCS, you can include Tennessee in that too. I'm just not including them because then it'd be, oh, you're just a homer. No. But, no, I mean, even with me saying that, there's no denying what we're seeing today. The Big Ten is the better conference than the SEC. There's not even a fair comparison. Thank you very much for the 10, though, good sir. Much appreciated. Pressure's on, though. No denying that. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the pressure that... all the defensive pressure that Indiana was getting suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth. They brought, it's like their offensive line brought a completely new look, or at least Miami's did, and Indiana had no answer for it. Either way, though, Canes still down. They have yet to get a lead all night. But if they get a stop here and then somehow get down the field and score again, they might get their lead at the most pivotal moment of the game. Either that or they could take it to a chaos overtime, and then wouldn't that be something to have a chaos overtime national championship? Either way, the Canes, give them all the credit in the world. They have made this an extremely competitive ball game. Yeah, no, when you get we as fans can make throws whenever we're given 10 seconds in the backfield to throw. Credit to the Miami O-line. They were doing all kinds of work there. Yeah, category 4.5. All the closer to the full category 5. But again, they've got to get the stop here. No denying that. Here's the kickoff. Goes out of bounds for a touchback. So this could be it for Mendoza. If you're Fernando Mendoza, this could be your moment to prove why you won the Heisman. Stuck with the pressure all on y'all. Only one timeout. You could win. I mean, you could show everybody right here. But again, lot to prove. Lot on the line. And I guarantee you they don't want him to blow it, so they're not going to do anything too risky. Because they do have the lead. Keep that in mind. 2-man set on the outside. 1st and 10. Bunch in the inside. Takes the snap. Hands it off to Hemby up the gut. Breaks the first tackle. Can't get past the second. Maybe 3 yards out of that one. 2nd and 7 coming up. This is what I mean. They're going to be running the football as much as they can. They want to give him... If they have to give the ball to the Canes, they want to give him as little time as they possibly can. But, again, now time is in favor of the Canes. They've got the momentum on their side. Even with the deficit that they have. 2nd and 7 now. Under 6 minutes to go. 4-man set for the Hoosiers. Takes the snap. Mendoza hands it off again. This time on the outside to Hemby. Once again, nothing more than a yard or two. Okay, I mean, like, I get running the football in this situation, but, like, you've got to come up with a little bit more than just run up the middle, run up the middle, run up the middle, run up the middle. Guys, I don't know if you realize, but you're in the dadgum national championship. You might want to do a little bit more than running directly at Reuben Bain. Just a general thought. 3rd down and 4. 5.5 minutes left to go in this game. The crowd is loud, which is funny since there's more Indiana fans there than there are Miami fans. 3-man set for Mendoza. Man moving in motion. Takes the snap. Looking. Mendoza rolls out. Got his man. 1st down. Past the 40-yard line to the 45. The drive shall continue. He got Omar Cooper again. Best playmaker on offense for them, no doubt about it, unless you want to talk about Keelan Black. He's got more yards, but in terms of passing the football, there's been nobody more reliable for them this season than Omar Cooper. They're going to have to open up this passing game if they want to put this one out of reach, but that's all if they can get the rest of the way down the field. Time is winding down, and now suddenly with that 1st down, the Canes are in a much less comfortable position. At the 45 now. 3 wide set for the Hoosiers. Cooper back in motion. Handoff directly up the gut once again. Breaks past the 1st tackle. Down around a 5-yard gain. Gets directly to midfield. That's Keelan Black again. That's his 15th carry of the night. And if he's getting 4 or 5 yards a carry, then they're in a good spot. But they're going to have to do more than run up the middle. Directly running at Reuben Bain is not doing you any favors. I'll tell you that much. Prayers on both sides, for sure, no doubt about it. It's just a matter of which one the football gods are going to grant. Here we go. Down to less than 4 minutes. 2nd and 5. 2 wide set for the Hoosiers. It's going to be a handoff again, and they read that one. Reuben Bain gets him way behind the line once again. Wesley Basonthi was there too. Both of them double team him, and he goes down well behind the line. Or that's Keelan Black, actually. Either way, does not matter. It's a big-time loss. Goes back 3 yards. 3rd and 7. 3rd down and 7. They're milking this clock as much as they can, and they're going to... this is a passing down, no doubt about it. So we'll see if they give it to him. Mendoza. Adjustment right up on the line. 4 wide set. Got to get to the 45 to convert. Takes the snap, Mendoza. Direct snap, looks. Throws on the outside, deep bomb to Becker, and he got it! Charlie Becker again, the most reliable target on the Hoosier offense. Once again, he comes through in the clutch for the Hoosiers. Keeps the drive continuing, milks this clock even more, and they might try and end this game within regulation. Once again, man, Charlie Becker. I know I said the same thing about Cooper just a minute ago. In terms of productivity, there's nobody better than Omar Cooper. But when they need him to in clutch time, Charlie Becker has been an absolute beast. Let's not forget that he basically won them the Penn State game. 1st and 10 now for the Hoosiers. 2:20 left to go in the game. Handoff on the outside. Here's Hemby. Gets another 1st down. Another outside run. He's down around the 22-yard line. They convert another one. And if this continues, the Canes will have to burn their timeouts. It's at this point I can safely say if Indiana scores a touchdown, the game is effectively over. They do not have the luxury to let them score. Jacoby Thomas again, man. He helmet-to-helmet contact there trying to block Omar Cooper. He's lucky to get away with that one. Oh, my goodness. I'm starting to think Hype will let him go for another reason. Well, that takes it to the 2-minute warning. Indiana deep in Miami territory with the potential to end the ball game off of a touchdown. If they manage to hold them to a field goal, that would give the Canes a shot to win the game on their own front, but they've got to at least get the stop here and prevent a touchdown. That's all they can do in this situation. I would say, no, if Miami had, if they didn't have all 3 timeouts, I would say the game's already over, because then Cignetti would just burn through the rest of the clock and win the game that way. But Miami can burn all 3 of their timeouts, get the ball back with ample time. Excuse me. They can get the ball back with ample time and then win the game that way. But again, time's not on their side. I told you guys if Miami were to find a way to win this game, that I would sing the 7th Floor song in its full. But I'd obviously have to change some of the lyrics. Unfortunately, it does not look like that's going to be happening. I know. Unfortunate. I got something good, though, playing on the other side, though. You don't have to worry about it. Brickner, appreciate the 2, says, this is what Indiana needed. Drive getting down to 2 minutes. Oh, this is the best case scenario. Not only did they chew the ever-living hell out of that clock, but if nothing else, what they did do was prevent the Canes from getting the ball back with ample time on their possession. Anyway, time for another Squiddy. It is time for me to hit the Squiddy again. Pay close attention. Right foot creep. Ooh. 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 Please, Miami, do the impossible, the narrative, the memes, the everything. Oh, this is funny no matter which way you look at it. This is the best case scenario. I mean, it's funny no matter what happens. Mario going into Georgia Tech mode. No, if this were Georgia Tech mode, Mario would have had the lead, fumbled the football, gave it back to Indiana, and lost the game that way. The game changer here was the blocked punt. That put everything out of commission for Miami, seemingly. Again, though, a lot of time to go. A lot of time to go. I still think Ohio State was the best team this year, but Heartline threw a monkey wrench right into the program, more like a bundle of dynamite. I don't know about that. You weren't. If you were the best team this year, you would have beat Indiana. That you would have won the Big Ten if you were the best team this year. Now, unfortunately, the best team this year is the one that finds a way to win this ball game. Here we go. 2 minutes left. All comes down to this. 3 receiver look for Cignetti. Handoff directly up the gut to Hemby, and down he goes after about a 9-yard gain. Not enough for the first down, but close to it. I said first down for Cignetti as if he was the one in there playing. But at this point, he might be. He got that dadgum rage boost going. 50% speed percentage. 2nd and 1. And there's the first time out for Miami. And dadgum Mario Cristobal, man, he's going like this. What are you clapping for? Stop it, Sunbelt Billy. That ain't you. That's the same thing I see with Billy Napier, or at least what I saw with him when he was at Florida. He'd be losing. The other team would have gotten a great drive. Hell, he did it with UCF, or he did it with Central Florida. When they spit on that player causing Central Florida to get the first down, he was sitting there going, what the hell are you clapping for? You're the one losing, dum-dum head. Oh, boy. Well, pressure's on. Pressure's on the Canes. They had to burn through their first time out. And the worst case scenario is that Indiana can run this one directly up the gut and then just probably milk the rest of the clock that way. Because now they're down a timeout. They're going to have to use their next 2 on the next 2 plays. And, well, worst case is Indiana scores. That's the game right there. So we'll see. We'll see. Miami defense on life support here on 2nd and 1. Bunch formation for the Hoosiers. Takes the handoff directly to Hemby. Oh, flags are blown. Uh-oh. Oh, they can't run this one up the gut now. False start on Indiana. It's going to pin them back 5 yards. Going to make it a 2nd and 6. Boy, that is a really bad time for that. That is a really bad time. False start on Smith for Indiana. Going to pin them back 5 yards, make it a 2nd and 6. Now they can't just pound the rock here and get the first down that way. Potentially big-time play in favor of the Canes. Here we go, 3-man set, backed up at the 19-yard line. Man moving in motion, takes the handoff, again, right up the middle. No good push right there, and down he goes directly at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 6. And there goes Cristobal burning a 2nd timeout. He's putting all of his marbles on this next play. They don't get it. If they convert this one, no matter what happens, if they convert, that's probably your game winner. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, man.
All right.
If you're an Oregon fan, you got to be sick right now. You're about to watch Indiana win their first national championship, and look at where y'all are stuck. I feel bad. Oh, boy. All right. It's all down to this. All down to this. 3rd down and 5. If Indiana gets this conversion, they effectively seal the game in their favor and win the national championship. If Miami stops them here, they get a chance at a field goal, or they kick the field goal and they get a chance of their own. Here it is. 3-man set. Here's a handoff on the outside to Keelan Black, and he won't get there. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. You tried to rush Keelan Black on the outside, and they saw it coming. That's 4th down. Cristobal is going to use his final timeout with 1:47 left to go. Yeah, that's a bad play call. That is a bad play call. 3rd and 5 in a Mendoza moment, and instead of giving it to him to win the game that way, you run the dadgum football up on the outside. I mean, like, what are you doing? They're lucky to be up right now. Miami has effectively outplayed Indiana on all 3 facets of the football. Pressure's on Nico Radikic here for the field goal attempt. This is a 35-yard field goal attempt to make it a 6-point game. So that means if he makes this, the Canes will have to score a touchdown in order to win. It's directly up the middle. Here it is. The kick is up, and he gets it. It's good. The kick is good.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
I don't know about that. I don't know if you win just yet. I don't know if we can Google you just yet, Signetti. But it's 27-21. It's a 6-point game here in the national championship. If Miami scores a touchdown and gets the extra point, they can win the game that way. But if they don't, then it's Indiana's game. It's all come down to this. No secret what they need here, I'll say that much. You know what, guys? Well, first of all, I just want to point out, both teams have an even amount of yards, 318 apiece. Same exact amount of total yardage. Crazy. Yep, 318 total yards on both sides of the football. Well, here we go. It's all come down to this. Here's the kickoff. Boom. Sails all the way into the end zone for a touchback. All right, guys. I saw somebody say it earlier. This could be the moment. It's going to be up to Carson Beck. He'll either go down to Miami history as one of the greatest to ever wear the Canes jersey, or it could be the very moment that the trademark interception comes and they lose out in the national championship. It's all come down to this. Oh my goodness. The pressure is on for both sides of the football. Prayer shots on both sides, no doubt about it. It's all come down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 1:42 left to go to the national championship. No timeouts. And they lose out on time of the play clock, it looks like. Cristobal, you idiot. Really? Now you're going to do that? Delay of game. Cristobal throws down the headset in pure rage. Mario Cristobal, Super Mario, just threw down his headset. He is furious. Now you're gonna do that, Mario? Super Mario? Oh no. The poison mushroom. Here we go. First and 15. Mario in motion. Back to throw. Carson Beck. Pressure's getting to him. He throws a shovel pass, and it's incomplete. Just tried to get that one to go away. It's going to be 2nd and 15. Indiana finally got some pressure on him, and he's lucky to get that one away. That very well could have been a sack. Oh, no. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. Tyreek Tucker with the big play. It's going to be 2nd and 15. 1 minute 36 seconds left to go. Canes, like I said earlier, all out of timeouts. 4-man set for Miami. Back to throw. Beck looks. Throws on the outside. And here, nearly intercepted again. Nearly picked off. Beck takes a monstrous hit. And the flag comes in. There's going to be a roughing the passer on Indiana. Going to give Miami a free first down. In the most pivotal moment, ref ball comes through in the clutch for the Canes. Oh, you can't do that. Mario Landino lays the lumber on Carson Beck. Hits his arm really hard. That could be really bad. So despite the penalty, this could be worse for the Canes than it is for the Hoosiers. Takes the clock down to 1:32. Gets the Canes all the way to the 35-yard line. Back to throw. Beck looks. Now throws. Got his man. It's a dump-off pass complete for a first down. Indiana's playing extra deep coverage. He got it to Shamar Brown for about 10 yards. They're taking advantage of the extra deep coverage Indiana's running. Gets him all the way to around the 46. Back to throw again. Beck on a play action. Throws outside. Incomplete. No, he got it. It is complete. He got Malachi Tony up high, and it's going to be 2nd down. Clock will roll. It'll continue to roll down to 1 minute left. 4 wide set. Beck throws on the outside. It's a screen play complete. Just enough for the first down. That'll keep the drive moving. C.J. Daniels catches it. Looks like he got out of bounds too. That'll maintain the clock. I think he got out of bounds. Did he? No, he didn't. So the clock will roll. 50 seconds left. Whistles are blown. Whistles are blown. Keep in mind, Indiana did have one timeout. I think they just used it. Yes, they did. Cignetti uses his final timeout. Both teams are now out of timeouts. Not good. Which team is in a worse position right now? I guess we could say Miami, because they're the ones who actually have to go down the field and score. Well, Miami, it's no secret here. Indiana's playing extra deep right now. They've got all their linebackers down there where their corners should be. They're trying to do everything they can to prevent a deep bomb for a touchdown. But 51 seconds is all the time in the world, even with no timeouts. But again, you can't run the football. Keep that in mind. That's the one thing you can't do. So this is probably a much worse situation to be in than the likes of Ole Miss. That's one thing you take into account. But here we go. No timeouts on either team. It's all come down to this. Miami needs a touchdown, an extra point to win the game. Down by 6. 4-man set for Carson Beck. Back to throw on a play action. He takes a deep shot down the field. And there it is! The Carson Beck trademark interception. It finally happened. Jamari Sharp right there to read it. And Indiana is your 2025 college football national champion. Flags are thrown. I think they're on Indiana for excessive celebration. Won't matter in the grand scheme of things. We knew it was coming. Did we? We all knew it was coming, everybody. Just throwing that out there. Oh, wow. Yep, there you go. I don't know what you guys expected. If you were expecting anything different. Wow. We knew, we all knew it was coming. We all knew it was coming. Keep it real. Keep it real. We all knew it was going to happen. Oh, we tried to look for Malachi Tony deep, or Keelan Marion actually. He was well covered. It was a desperation heave and the surrender cobra. Here's the victory formation. And that's it. Wow. Damn. Well, credit to Miami. They made this a hell of a brawl. You got to give them credit for that. But we knew what this was. We all knew what this was. And that's it. There it is, everyone. The Indiana Hoosiers have done the impossible. The gauntlet is complete. They ran the entire gauntlet, and the Hoosiers are now your new national champion.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
What a run. What a run. And I'll play this for y'all. Woo! There's a smile on Kirk Signetti. Well, there it is, everybody. There it is. That's your ball game. The Hoosiers are your new college football playoff national champion. First time national champion winners. Before this day, we have never seen an Indiana Hoosiers team win the national championship or even come close to that such a regard. But they have done the unthinkable. Ran the gauntlet, 16-0, undefeated national champions.
All right.
Wow. What a drive. What a season overall for Indiana. I mean, they put their life on the line out there. And I mean, credit to Miami. They made this competitive. There are people thinking that this would be a flat blowout. And it took all the way until the game-winning drive for Indiana to finally put this one away. Credit to them. They did it. Indiana now joins 1870 whatever Yale. You got to go back over a century ago to find a team that went 16-0 in a season. Well, the Hoosiers have fully ran the gauntlet, and they have done the unthinkable. Congratulations to Indiana. Congratulations to the Indiana fans. Congratulations to Fernando Mendoza. I mean, no doubt this has been a dream year for you guys. First outright Big Ten championship. Heisman Trophy. 12-0 in the regular season. Blew out all your rivals. Beat the defending champions in Ohio State. Ran through the gauntlet in the playoffs, along with beating Alabama, Oregon twice, and now coming out winners in the national championship. I mean, you can't think of a better season than that. You just can't.
All right.
Just crazy. What a crazy timeline we're living in, huh?
All right. All right.
All right. So the question becomes, you guys think Cal's going to try and take credit for this? Cal's definitely going to try and take credit for this. Moreover, Justin Wilcox. All right, let me go through some of these super chats. Christopher Brickner with the 2. Thank you very much, good sir. Says, this is what Indiana needed. Drive getting to 2 minutes. Oh, that wound up being the perfect set of moments that they needed. That didn't go any... That shutting down the game and bringing it down to 2 minutes was about the best case scenario that they could have gotten. Brickner again, would have been better for Miami if Indiana got first. Well, then it wound up mattering anyway because it all resulted in the same thing we all expected, a Carson Beck interception. I lost my place. Die Spear, thank you for the 5, says, Indiana is what Iowa could have been 3 years ago if they weren't comically inept offensively. It was frustrating to watch as a fan. Damn, I feel for you on that one. Miami was, as good as Malachi Tony has been, remember that this all resulted from not being able to trust their quarterback. Carson Beck, through all of Miami's losses this year, came from Carson Beck throwing pivotal interceptions as the final plays. I mean, you can't think of a better way to end it than that. Christopher Brickner, until Indiana got that false start. Well, then again, like I said, didn't matter. It all ended in the same result, with Carson Beck throwing the pivotal game-losing interception. Brickner again, in just 2 seasons, Cignetti became Indiana's best college football coach in school history. That's impressive. He was their best coach in school history last year. He got him to heights no other coach ever got them to. He was their best coach last year as well. That was the first time they won 11 wins in a season. So, still better than any other season they had. arguably the best coach last year, but now it's certain that now it's pretty obvious. Hell, he's on the list for some of the best coaches in history. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 5. Back to reality, Maya Shetty. Yeah, it was tough break for the Canes. They had a good run in the playoffs, way better than anybody gave them credit for. There were people who thought they were going to make it past Texas A&M, but then they thought they were going to get dropped by Ohio State. Nobody really gave them much of a shot against them, but they beat Ohio State convincingly. I mean, say what you will about the Canes. Despite the fact that it ended in a comically funny Carson Beck way, with Cristobal making a pivotal penalty with the delay of game. They fought their way to get here, so you got to give them a hell of a lot of credit for that. Lil Bats with the 5, thank you, says, Bama claims this title because Signetti worked under Saban. Rotad, let me tell you, this is our natty, man. We made Kirk Signetti, Rotad. We made Kirk Signetti. He's our coach. He wouldn't have ever even gotten close to any type of status if it weren't for Nick Saban. And Bear Bryant, shout out to him too. Rotay. Degenosis for the 2. Enjoy Foot Locker, Carson Beck. No, this, ironically enough, all of their journey to the playoffs might have paved the way for Beck to get somewhere in the NFL. I don't think he'll get far, but he'll at least be there. Christopher Brickner, despite a slow start, it became a really good national championship game. College football now has had 2 consecutively great national championship games. Yeah, no, the championship games have been an absolute joy to watch. I'll say that much. No denying that. Nathan Tucker with the 5. A century of frustration is finally over for Indiana football. 136 years in the making. You finally did it. They did. They finally did it.
To win, you got to not lose.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Oh, they'll be Googling you after tonight. I know that for a fact. You'll be in the history books. Ed Shadowbearer, been a member for 3 months. He's been a member of Tardy Area for 3 months. Every ESPN analyst seething right now. Paul Fanbum. Yeah, Paul. Hey, Paul, why would we win the national championship? If we had another run at Indiana, we'd hypothetically win. Return. Joseph Stalin, both Notre Dame and Miami won at A&M, made it to the Natty, and lost. I say, obviously, we cursed them. Gig 'em, I got accepted into A&M. Well, first of all, before anything else, congratulations. Congratulations on being accepted into A&M. Glad to hear that, buddy. Can we get some W's in the chat for Joseph Stalin? That'd be greatly appreciated. Obviously, I'm saying Joseph Stalin as the Commodore. You get the idea. Ed Shadowbearer with the 5. Indiana approved FPI and preseason rankings, recruiting rankings, etc. are absolute horseshit. Well, always has been. You can't prove a national champion just by analytics and preseason polls. That's why everybody hates the preseason polls, because they never tell the truth. Lego NASCAR with the 2. This is college football's first true Cinderella. Oh, absolutely. What a legacy run for the Hoosiers. I mean, if you look back to every other year, especially even when we've had these like 15-0 contenders, like they've won their championships, but like they were projected by media outlets to either be in the playoff conversation, in the national championship, somewhere within that range. But I can't think of an actual person, any person that was actually saying Indiana was going to do it. I don't think there was anybody out there who was doing that. Trent Johnson, appreciate the 20. Thank you, good sir. Says the University of Miami paid Carson $4.5 million only for him to throw a game-losing interception. Well, he's done that many times. I'll tell you that much. Lost the Louisville and SMU game in the same format off of a game-losing interception. This is exactly... I mean... How should I do this, guys? Because I had a perfect plan for the Get Out video. I had Indiana lost. But with them winning and Miami losing, it makes things a little bit tougher. Because I can't just play the 7th floor and then get away with that. Big W's to Becker, too. Boys, one hell of a receiver. Oh, yeah, no. They would have been in a way worse position had not Charlie Becker made that absolutely clutch catch. That changed everything. Yeah, but no, this literally felt to me like it was an actual dynasty. Like Kirk Cignetti 2 years ago started like playing in dynasty mode and has basically turned around the program in 2 years. It's unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Oh yeah, Miami got on the 7th floor. No, I'm not doing a Game of the Century video for this one, as much as I would like to. I'm covering it. I'm covering all of the bowl games and everything else in the College Football Chaos video, so I can't really do a Game of the Century in the postseason unless it's like for the FCS or something among those ranges. Ed Shadowbear with the 2. The tears of Paul Feinbaum taste delicious. Oh yeah, Alabama would have won tonight if they were in there, Paul. Roll Tide. Teehee. So I said college football is doomed. Why? This should be this is legacy. This is a legacy moment for college football. What do you mean it's doomed? Yeah, what do you guys think Michael Irvin is doing right now? Is he putting that belt in the retirement yet? Yeah, Indiana had no 5 stars. Now, again, they did have a group of 23-year-olds, guys, well past senior year. But if nothing else, I mean, I would say you're worse off talent-wise with that than you are having a bunch of 5 stars that you paid for. Ain't that right, Texas Tech? Ain't that right, Red Raiders? $40 million. All with the grand result of 0 points in the playoffs. No, who said that? There's no way somebody actually said this one's an asterisk. Then there's no way somebody said that this title's an asterisk for Indiana. No way actually somebody said that. All right. Hanafuda with the 2. Where is your 7th floor now? Well, we're now to the ninth floor. Well, they are. The 9th floor of hell. Oh my goodness. Indiana winning a natty before Oregon is crazy. Yeah, I know. I said that earlier. Oregon fans got to be sick. They've got to be. They've had more resources for 100 years than Indiana has, and yet they beat him in the race for a championship. I'm thankful for our '98 national championship. I'll tell you that much. If we didn't have any of that going on, I would have been vomiting right now. It is possible to go 17-0, but it's much less likely than it is to go 16-0. Because if you could, but you've got to have 5 teams in the power. Well, that's not even possible. We've got 4 power conferences, so basically you've got to have. Yeah, if you win your conference at 12-0 going into 13-0, you're getting a first round bye. So. The only way it's possible is if somehow a G6 team runs the gauntlet. And, well, it's not impossible. It's impossible. Feels like 98 always has been. Yeah. Great year. Indiana won a natty before Kentucky. Yeah, well, that's not saying much. It's like saying they won a natty before UTEP. What? Huh? No, what? Huh? Who would have seen that coming? Huh? Hate it for the Canes, though. Lost another away game. Do you have any closing words for the season? Same ones I always do. Welcome to the current year. Remember when the Patriots sucked before going on their 20-year dynasty with Belichick? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Well, yeah, no. Well, it all depends on however much Cignetti sticks around because he's starting this older than Belichick was. So, I don't know how long he'll remain on GOAT status, but right now he's on top of the world. He's going into the end of the season in GOAT status. He's going to have that going for him all throughout the rest of his life. If you relegate the Browns to the NCAA, they could find a way to go 0-17. I'm going to be honest, highly doubt that. Would be very funny, though. But then again, that's why we play the games. Anything's possible. Oklahoma State just copied what Indiana did and brought over half of a great G5 squad. Here's the problem. They're bringing in a first-year head coach, too. Again, Cignetti was a first-year head coach in his first year at Indiana and got them to the playoffs, so anything's possible at this rate, but does not. I mean, everybody's going to be trying to copy the Cignetti way. Now that he's paved this path, showing what happens if you do all of this, everybody's going to be trying it now, and it could be the very thing that throws Cignetti out of GOAT status because they're going to be now everybody's going to be so focused on trying to stop that style of play that it's going to throw everything off. But we'll see in due time. So many kids in Bloomington are going to be named Kurt and Fernando in 9 months. Yeah, and that field, it's either going to be the field or the stadium, but one of them is going to be named after Signetti. Don't forget that. We're gonna get Signetti we're gonna get a bunch of Signetti drives. We're gonna get a bunch of Mendoza drives. We're probably gonna get Signetti Field or Signetti Stadium or Mendoza Stadium or Field. I don't know. It's like Cincinnati. Cincinnati named theirs after a player. Nipple Stadium. You never know. Isn't that the quickest turnaround of a program in football history? That's absolutely right, or at least from what we can remember. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. Okay, Squidtard, I'm trying to get my friend at college football, and I figured that I'd show them some of your vids because that worked for me. Any standouts in mind? You know, maybe one of these days, if I had any videos to give on your side, I mean, there's always the conference videos that go over like all the conference teams and their history. Those are pretty funny. At least those I can remember. But one of these days, I feel like I'm gonna have to make a video titled "College Football for Dummies," and I'm gonna have to make it a video, a full-fledged video. This makes Bill Snyder's turnaround look like nothing. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Kansas State was a bad program, too. They were a terrible program along the lines of Indiana, probably. There's also, the iceberg videos, too. But Kansas State, first of all, they never got taken to a national championship, so there's that. Again, different era, so different narratives there, and he almost got them there. Again, if Florida State didn't get lucky and get in over them, faced off against Tennessee, or if the EMP thing didn't happen, Kansas State would have been in the Natty that one year, 98. Yeah, the iceberg, in terms of comedy, the iceberg is just facts. It was before I switched to that sort of idea. And so I didn't really do much of that in there. Will the SEC recover from this, or are they done? Oh, they'll recover one day. One team from the SEC will eventually win the national title again, and then the narratives will all change. But for now, that's what we're sticking with, is that they're not there yet. Nobody is. So we'll see. A lot of changes in college football happening this year. More than ever before we've seen, so we'll find out in due time. Tennessee is one of the few DCs that managed to stop Indiana's style of play effectively, so that's pretty good for us. Yeah, but they let Nico put up 5 touchdowns on him, so take the good with the bad, you know what I mean? I guess that's going to be the narrative, is that they let that happen. So what I missed, I left the stream at like 7 to 10. Just one of the best finishes that we've seen all season long. Also, a Carson Beck trademark interception. That's all you need to know. Closest thing to this I've ever seen was UCF going from 0-12 in 2015 to 13-0 in 2017 with continued success in 18 and 19, and then Gus Malzahn happened. Yeah. Yep. Good old Gus Bus wound up ruining that one. Made a video about that one too. The first video of yours that I ever watched was the 2024 FSU Clown of the Season. That was a good one. Yeah. I got to get ready to make the sequel to that with Penn State. Nathan Tucker, appreciate it too, says, if there's one more thing to say, Miami. Get out! Ain't that the truth? Nothing wrong with that one, I can say that for sure. Yeah, well, I'll be busy for sure. I'll tell you that much. I will be very, very busy this upcoming week. I've got a lot of work to do. Chaos is coming probably next Monday. I've got some bigger projects coming in within that stretch as well as beyond it. Going to be very, very fun. I've got a lot of projects planned for you guys. We're going to have a lot of great times here. And, of course, we'll be live for those of you, now that the games are over. I'll still be doing my weekly live streams. We'll be doing live streams with the Tardaria Squidtards, my football team in EA College Football 26. We'll be live every Saturday at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time over here on Squidtard Sports. We'll also be live tomorrow with the recap of the National Championship, the FBS report with Red. So stay tuned for that. We'll be live with that as we always are. Just this time on a Tuesday as compared to the Monday. I found your channel through Urinating Tree and already love the content. Keep it up. Thank you, good sir. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. The final get out of the 2025 through 26 college football season. Yeah, I've got my work cut out for me. I've got to get to work on that. Got plenty more projects up in the making. Squid, I'm over the moon right now. Legit never thought this would happen. Legit crying. Hey, man, I get it. I cried when we beat Bama in 22, and that was a regular season game, so all the credit to you, brother. Congratulations, really. Congratulations to all the Indiana fans in here. You guys fought harder than anybody else did and created what was going to be one of the best seasons in program history. Well, the best season in program history. Let's keep it real here. This is, without a doubt, the best season in program history. Tough loss for Abella Danger, by the way. She knows a thing or two about the 7th floor. Boo! Boo! Get out! A South Carolina Gamecock fan, one of the most tortured fan bases ever. Congrats, Indiana. Hey, your time's coming. I say this for everybody. If you're a struggling fan base with a terrible football team that just can never seem to get it right, one of these days, who knows when, who knows where, who knows how, but one of these days, you will get your glory. Happens to everybody. Speaking of everybody, is there not a person who knows about the backstory of Abella Danger? I mean, come on. Y'all are trying to accuse me of something that everybody knows. It'd be like saying something about Mia Khalifa. And somebody is like, Squidtard, we caught you in the act, Squidtard. What do you mean? What? Brother. Everybody knows. Doofus ass. Ay. Yeah, if you don't know the context of that, you're just better off not knowing. It's like when I had to explain to Red the South Carolina porta potty incident. You're just better off not knowing the details around that. But some of us, curiosity killed the cat. What can I say? Shame Beamer will bring us to glory next season before I graduate and I'm out of a band. Please, bro. Delusion. Hey, you never know. Yeah, you guys had a good year. Not this year, but the year before. Won 9 games. Almost made the playoffs. You never know. But yeah, I don't think it's coming through Shane Beamer. I think this might be his final year. I'm pretty confident in saying that. He wasn't able to do anything with Sellers and Dylan Stewart at the moment. You know, one of the biggest concerns for South Carolina going into the season was their offensive line, and that was very obviously not addressed. I don't see it getting any better this year. I'm sorry. I just don't. I think this year could end up being even worse for Carolina. Well, I mean, could be wrong. You never know, but I don't know. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that she was an alum at Miami. That's actually crazy. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. Because, like, here's the thing. If somebody recognizes me on campus, more often than not, that's a really good thing. Unless you're actually mad at me for one of my takes on here. If somebody were to recognize her on campus, more often than not, that's not a good thing. I went to South Carolina, did grad school at Colorado. I was really happy last year when both clubs won 9 games, and then this year happened. Pain. Colorado started out strong. Well, as strong as they can be. They lost to Georgia Tech at the start of the year. Looked like they might have gotten it together later on, but it never happened. It literally never happened. Your quarterback situation, just Kyle Salter, he never had it at all. You think FSU got any chance next year to do what exactly? To like make the playoffs or something? No. Norvell's Mike Norvell to me is in the same spot as Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer, it's not looking good for him. I thought it might have looked better had they beat Florida, but then Florida State went out and lost to the worst Florida team in the last 50 years. So I'm not convinced it's getting better. I don't think Mike Norvell has got it. He's got to strike gold through the transfer portal because he can't recruit. And it's just not panning out in his favor. A lot of the big time recruits that he wanted have already gone to other schools, and now whatever was left is few and far between, and it's not looking hot for him. I'll tell you that much. No more college football for another 8 months. How will we ever survive? Well, we've got a couple of ways. I get to make my off-season video, so there's that for one. For two, I mean, we have other sports, basketball, baseball, and the good thing about both of those sports is it gives an opportunity for other programs to shine. So, like, example, for Florida State, like I previously just mentioned, since their football team isn't worth anything and their basketball team isn't really worth much either, they get to wait till the summer for a team that actually does something. The baseball team. And then the baseball team will do something. Who knows what? I don't know. Maybe they'll suck too, but at least they're going to get another shot. Where'd you get the idea to say, Shane Beamer? Like that? The same way I got the Bill Napier thing. Okay, so back in the day, I had a friend group of mine who would hype up their coaches as knowing what they were doing. And this was more specifically after Tennessee got blown out by South Carolina a couple of years ago. 63-38 was the final score of that. And believe me, the score isn't stretched in my head because he said it so many times. But he would just say that for every single thing I ever said about South Carolina. Oh, they're not going 12-0. Oh, well, yeah, well, 63-38. And I was like, okay, great. You got one win. What the hell is Shane Beamer going to do next year? And then from that moment onward, it just continued after that. Yeah, March Madness will be fun. Although we might not be there. That's why we might not even be there because boy do we suck in basketball too. Our only hope is the baseball team. Without Tony Vitello, who the hell knows how that's going to turn out. Yeah, no, our basketball team right now is literally worth a dingleberry with 12 holes in it. It's awful, absolutely terrible. Are you a Miami fan? Perchance. I'm still not used to and thrilled about this new landscape of college football. Guys moving around every year. A lot of the problem in regards to that has been the NCAA and their lack of enforcement. People are going to blame us for that because we sued them when they tried to enforce us. But the rule they established or they tried to throw at us was in regards to a third party paying Nico to fly on a private jet, and or a third party itself flying. But that rule was not established when we did what we did, and then they installed the rule after we did it, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, we caught you. I was like, no, it wasn't a rule. It would be like if I took a cookie from the cookie jar and ate it, and then after I ate the cookie, suddenly my parents established a rule saying, oh, you can't eat from the cookie jar, so now you're grounded. What? I already ate the cookie. It wasn't a rule before. Now why is it a thing now? So, but all that to say, ever since then, the NCAA has been too cowardly and too stuck up in their ways to sort of try and reestablish any sort of rule book. And the thing is, it's not like there aren't any rules towards tampering, because there are established rules the NCAA has towards tampering and trying to buy players from the portal. Except they just won't do it. They don't enforce them. So every time somebody does it, the NCAA goes, hey, wait a minute, you can't do that. And they're like, or what? Oh. So that's led to this situation to where everybody's just pushing around the NCAA, and they're not doing anything about it. So I think it's going to end up resulting in what's going to be a new governing board for college football. Because the NCAA has been losing power for years, and now that NIL has gotten so far out of control that they have no power left. We're seeing with Trinidad Chambliss. Literally, Trinidad Chambliss asked for another year for absolutely no reason other than just he wanted another one. The NCAA denied it, and now is suing him because he wants another year that bad. And he might get it. That's the crazy part. He might get it. Diego Pavia is doing the same thing. So is Joey Aguilar. All these 24-year-olds who are trying to get more years as their starting quarterbacks when they're well out of college. They're no longer a college athlete. They don't have any medical red shirt or any sort of particular reason to go out for a year. They just want to play another year. They want to just completely disavow the actual rules of college football. And the crazy part is they might actually get away with it. So I think it's going to result in one of two things. One, the conferences themselves split up into different groups, and then the conferences become the governing bodies of college football. Or we get a brand new governing body with a brand new commission, and I don't know how that'll turn out. Because right now the NCAA still rules above all. But the way that they're getting pushed around, who knows how that's going to turn out years from now. Yeah, we've needed a better governing body for a long time. If we had, because here's the thing, I think a lot of people can agree with me on this. We've seen so many different programs cheat nowadays, basically cheat with the stuff that they're doing, that everybody's cheating. How are you supposed to? You can't punish one team for doing the same thing that everybody else is doing. So what the NCAA tried to do with Tennessee was they tried to make an example of them by picking them out of everybody to sort of poke the bear, because the Tennessee was already in trouble with the NCAA. They were fresh off the Jeremy Pruitt, Chick-fil-A Pruitt fiasco. They were the easiest target, seemingly, for the NCAA. Except they forgot that we've got a pretty damn good law firm, and they fought hard. They fought back, and well, look how it turned out. It's a lot, and we could have a conversation about it all day, but the reality is we need a new governing body, because if we actually had one that gave a damn about what they were doing, or at least had some sort of guts to at least, implement fair rules, I think, in my honest opinion, I think Michigan would still be on a bowl ban right now. And they would have been on one for 3 years at this point and going further. Mr. Pink, appreciate the 5, says, giving support, watch the ESPN coverage, but love this. Love Mendoza since Cal. We did him dirty, and now I'm excited to watch him on my Raiders. Good Lord. A Cal fan and a Raiders fan. See, this is why, as a Tennessee fan, I don't complain about it too much because I know people have it worse than I do. You're part of multiple fan bases as well, and both of them are giving you dick all, so I'm sorry for you on that regard. But yeah, at least Mendoza won a natty for y'all. Or he didn't win a natty for y'all, but he went on to another school to win the natty. Remember how laughable the NCAA was for punishing players for tattoos and merch back in the day? Oh yeah, the NCAA back in the day, a lot of people thought they were too harsh. Because after the whole Laramie Tunsil fiasco came out with Ole Miss, they gave him they gave him like a 2 or 3 year bowl ban, and they were on probation for an extremely long time. Missouri got on a bowl ban too, and I think it was for books, something in that regard. Same thing happened to many other SEC schools, many other schools around the country. Hell, I think Indiana got theirs too. I think Indiana got a bowl ban at some point as well. GG Seed, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologize. But thank you very much for the 20, good sir. Or good ma'am, whoever you may be, says, who do you think is going to be the quarterback next year for the Vols? I know that Aguilar is trying to get another year, but I don't see him getting the stay. Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think they're going to get him to stay. But if I had to guess, I think our starting quarterback at this point in time is probably going to end up being George McIntyre. There isn't a better quarterback on that roster. Even Ryan Staub, the guy we got from Colorado, I don't think he's going to be our starter. Nor should he be. I don't think he's good enough for that. So I think it's going to result in a battle between Ryan Staub and GMAC, and I think George McIntyre is going to come out the winner in that. So right now, most of our offensive changes are going on the defense, and I think we're trying to go back to the style that we ran back in 24, which was a lot more successful. And if we turn out that way, it'll make our offense unbearable to watch, just like with Nico. And that'll come with its own problems. So I don't know how it's going to look by the end of it. But all I know is that if Heupel is another dud of a season, it might end with both him and Danny White getting run out of Knoxville. Because people are fed up with Disney Dan, as somebody said earlier. Disney Dan, they are completely fed up with him because here we are getting we're getting our ass beat in multiple sports at once. And he's sitting here on dadgum, Twitter talking about how great the entertainment district is going to be, and literally nobody who can afford it. Everyone who can't afford it, just doesn't give a shit because who the hell cares? Everything in that entertainment district is probably going to cost everyone in this comment section's kidneys just to get one thing in there. So nobody cares about the entertainment district, especially since if you're a student that's going to be going to University of Tennessee. This isn't going to be installed for a few semesters at the bare minimum, but I do feel sorry for you because if you're stuck there in 28 or 29, where are you going to park? In case y'all don't know, I've explained this before, and I'll explain it again. Where they're building this entertainment district is over where the G10 parking lot stands right now. The G10 parking lot is the biggest parking lot on campus by far, bar none. It is where most students on campus park. And there's already, even with the G10 parking lot, which is a five level parking lot, there's already a gigantic fiasco with parking. Nobody was able to park last semester. They bumped up parking passes from $200 to $400 in a given year. Just made it absolutely ridiculous pricing. So the solution to that was rather than building more parking spaces or taking away, because half of the parking spaces on campus are for staff only. So instead of taking a part of that away or making more parking spaces, instead what they were trying to do was to make it to where that parking on campus is behind an even bigger paywall than before. So what they're trying to do is they're basically trying to make students either live there on campus Or if you're driving there, basically what you have to do is you have to go to the bus. It's something they installed during Danny Dimes' tenure there. I don't know if he had any part in it. I highly doubt it. But considering what he's doing with the entertainment district, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But all that to say, this entertainment district is going to be built right on top of the G10 parking lot. I haven't heard much more than that about it. There's a good chance that a lot of those parking spaces are going to be taken away, and the ones that aren't are going to be heavily reserved or fully reserved for that entertainment district. So basically, you're taking away probably half of the student parking for the student body on campus. Yeah, I can't emphasize how bad that is for the economy on campus. Parking prices are going to be through the roof. By the end of it, they might make parking passes up to $1,000. And the whole idea of it is because they know, any smart person there knows that the majority of the student body who is working part-time even are not going to be able to afford that parking pass. And if they are, you best guarantee that half of them aren't going to be financially responsible enough to know that. Especially since here's the thing, when I first got that parking pass, $400, they didn't announce it was double the price until the day of. So nobody knew. We all thought it was the original $200. So I couldn't afford it. I had to ride the buses for a full year, and eventually by what, like the second semester of doing it, I just had enough and just paid to park every single day, because that was a better alternative than sitting and waiting for the bus for like an hour. But how it ended up was all this to say, and I'll end it off like this. They know that most of these people aren't going to be able to afford it. So what they do is basically they put the pressure on the parents, because they know that most likely the parents are going to have to pay for it. Yeah. And the parking pass itself is that price is stacked on top of tuition, on top of books, on top of there's a fee for food, the food fee, and don't forget the talent fee. Can't forget the talent fee. We all know about that. What a clown show. I don't know how it'll look by the end of it. All I know is that I'm glad I got out of there when I did. I'm glad I got my degree. And I pursued my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee, and that's the way I wanted it to go. So I'm happy about that. But if that entertainment district ends up being like I think it will, that's going to be really bad for all the students that live there. Yeah, no. It's like everybody says, money is the root of all evil. And ain't that the truth? Carla Jenkins, I think I already read your super chat, but I'll read it again. Tank Conference is going to tank. Can't wait for the Miami get out. Oh, Miami will certainly get out. Cannot argue with that. Joel Shee with the 5 says 3 years of 3 unique Big Ten winners in a row. SEC in shambles. Big 12 has to be worse than the ACC, right? Oh yeah, the way I'd order the conferences right now, in bulk, I'd order the conferences. I have to think about this because I'm going to anger some people with what I have to say. It's Big Ten by a long shot. Big Ten, SEC, ACC, Big 12. That's how I'd order it. But the way it looks, the ACC and the SEC are they're like yin and yang at this point. All three of them, in fact, are. The Big 12, the SEC, and the ACC, whichever way you order them, they're leagues below the Big 10 right now. They're just far and ahead the best conference right now. But it is worth noting that this is like the first time in 80 years that they've won back-to-back national champions. What about G5 conferences? What about them? What exactly are we waiting for about them? Yeah, well, you have to give a lot of credit to SMU and Louisville because both of those teams did end up beating Miami. That's worth noting. That is worth noting. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to beat a title contender, even if they're having a bad day. Ay, ay, ay. Legacy day for college football, ain't that for sure? Irrelevant, but I hate College World 26. This game blows. Sounds like a skill issue. But no, I can't. I mean, I kind of understand where you're coming from because there'd be certain points where I think the game just straight up cheats you. You'll probably see it on Saturday night when I play with the Tardaria Squidtards again. The cool thing about that roster, though, is that you guys are the one who decides it. I don't do anything other than actually play the game. How about them Hoosiers? Wish the other Crimson and Cream team made it, but happy they won their first natty. Boomer. Hey, at least y'all made the playoffs. You got to admit that that's further than y'all expected. I know you guys had expectations with John Mateer and everything, but I think a lot of people just thought you were going to be, 8 wins, just slightly above where you were last year. You went well above and beyond, I'll say that much. If Indiana was in the SEC, they'd have at least 1 or 2 losses. Oh, God. Come on, man. Come on. After what they did to Ohio State, I can assure you that they wouldn't drag everybody up and down the field every single game because in any given Saturday, anybody can beat you. That goes for anybody. That's not just an SEC thing. That can happen for literally anybody. What a Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Before I go ahead and wrap this thing up, y'all got to see this. Saw this one load up on my timeline. I got to go ahead and... Uh-huh. Excuse me? Sounds like Mendoza got a bit of that Squidtard syndrome. Got affected by the old say something that sounded good when you said it, but then when you read it back, it did not sound the same. Ooh. Yeah, that one's going in the archives. Oh, man. Come on, Mendoza. What? Ay, ay, ay. All right, well, I better get out of here. I think I've extended my stay a little too far, but we're going to go ahead and call it wraps tonight, fellas. It's been a fun one. Been a very, very fun one. Well, this isn't the last game stream of the season. I'll be live for some of the basketball and baseball games, too. So I will. It's not the last game stream, but it is our last college football game stream for the next 8 months. We'll do it all again when who do we face? Furman. I think Furman's our first game of the year. Well, I'll be live for the week 0 game probably between TCU and North Carolina. We can watch what's probably going to end up being your 2026 clown of the season, because North Carolina is terrible too. Ay. I don't know anything about Pavia's 7th year, and I doubt we'll know it for a little while. Oh yeah, we'll be live for the Super Bowl. Kind of forgot about that part, but yeah, I said college football stream anyway. So yeah, I guess we'll call it there, guys. Thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. I had a really fun time with y'all. Really, really fun time overall. Yeah, no, I love doing these streams, interacting with you guys, having a good time, just watching the games. It's a phenomenal time hanging out with y'all. Very, very, very fun. Very, very cool as per the usual. I'll leave you out with the fight song, and then we'll call it a stream from there. Miami Get Out video will drop sometime tomorrow. Looking like Monday will be the time when I finally get the chaos wrapped up for the season. And then from there, it's off-season mode. Coach videos, chaos. Well, the chaos never dies. The only constant in college football or sports in general is chaos. So, yeah, that's going to do it for me, guys. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We'll be live tomorrow for the FBS report as per the usual. Love you guys. Check with y'all later. And, of course, as always, power to Tardaria. And I'll check with y'all next time. All right. There it is. Love y'all. Y'all take care. Congratulations to Indiana on becoming a national champion for the first time in program history.